Good morning, one and all present here. I, Ms. Priyanka Banerjee, Assistant Professor on behalf of Adamas University, would like to welcome you all to the inaugural ceremony of harnessing the socio-economic benefit of IPR, role of higher education institutions on the occasion of 25th anniversary of Patent Information Center and celebrating 75 years of independence and advancement of science in India. The entire event is organized by the Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, and hosted by E-YUVA Centre, Adamas University, supported by BIRAC. Let us begin this auspicious occasion by the invocation song performed by Ms. Sharni Bhattacharya, student of School of Life Science and Biotechnology, Adamas University. I would like to welcome you on the stage. Thank you, Shayani. It was wonderful hearing to you. Now, I would request Professor Dr. Shomitre, Chancellor, Adamas University, and the other dignitaries present for the lamp lighting ceremony. I would request the kind presence of Shri Ujjal Biswas, Honorable Minister in Charge, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, Shri Rajesh Sinha, IAS, Principal Secretary of Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, Dr. Mohua Home Chaudhuri, Scientist C, West Bengal State Council of Science and Technology and Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Mr. Shudipto Porel, Joint Secretary of Department of Science, Technology and Biotechnology, and MD, West Bengal Biotechnology Development Corporation, Professor Dr. Manush Kumar Shandal, Vice Chancellor, University of Kollani, Swami Sarvotanandan Ji, VC of Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, Professor Dr. Dipendra Kumar Jha, Vice Chancellor, Adamas University, Dr. Shaptoshi Chatterjee, Chief Coordinator, BIRAC, E-YUVA Centre, to please grace the occasion. I would also request Dr. Devopriyo Datto, Scientist G, Head, Seed Division, DST, Government of India, to join us in the online mode. Join your hands for the auspicious event. Thank you. I would request all the dignitaries to please take their respective seats. We'll start with the felicitation ceremony right now. I would request Professor Dr. Dipendra Kumar Jha, Vice Chancellor, Adamas University, to kindly felicitate the chief guest of the program, Shri Ujjal Biswas, Honorable Minister in Charge, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the honor. I would now request Honorable Chancellor of Adamas University, Professor Dr. Shomitre, to kindly felicitate Shri Rajesh Sinha, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind and gracious presence for this program. I would now request Dr. Saptarshi Chatterjee, Associate Director, Incubation and Chief Coordinator, BIRAC, E-YUVA Centre, to felicitate Professor Dr. Manush Kumar Shannal, Vice Chancellor of University of Kollani. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I would again request Dr. Saptarshi Chatterjee, Associate Director, Incubation and Chief Coordinator, BIRAC, E-YUVA Centre, to kindly felicitate Swami Sarvatananda Ji, Vice Chancellor of Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute. Sir, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I would now request Dr. Mohua Home Chaudhary, Scientist C, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, to kindly felicitate Professor Dr. Shomit Ray, Chancellor, Adamas University. It was for you. It was for you as well. It was nice seeing. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam, as well. I would again request Dr. Mohua Home Chaudhary, Scientist C, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, to felicitate Professor Dr. Dipendra Kumar Jha, Vice Chancellor, Adamas University. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. I would now request Dr. Moushumi Shaha, Project Coordinator, E-YUVA Centre, Adamas University, to kindly felicitate Mr. Shudipto Poral, Joint Secretary, Department of Science, Technology and Biotechnology, and MD, West Bengal Biotechnology Development Corporation. Madam, please. Thank you. I would now request Dr. Mohua Home Chaudhary and Dr. Saptarshi Chatterjee to felicitate our dignitaries once again with a token of Dokra, a product of Geographical Indicator of West Bengal. I would request a kind applause from the crowd as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would request Dr. Mohua Home Chaudhary, Scientist C, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, now to come up and give a welcome note. Madam, please.
Good morning. On behalf of Department of Science and Technology, and Biotechnology. I extend warm welcome to all the dignitaries, Honorable MIC in dais and other dignitaries in the participants. So it's a nice occasion where we are celebrating 75 years of independence as Vigyan Utsav, and we are very lucky this year this Patent Information Center is 25 years. That means it is a 25 years anniversary of our Patent Information Center. West Bengal is the first state to get Intellectual Property Rights Center from GST Government of India. This program, today's program, is organized jointly with Ministry of Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India and Government of West Bengal. So this is the first state to get Patent Information Center. And throughout its journey, this center has get category 1 throughout the state from GST Government of India. And throughout this journey, PIC has gained a considerable experience in today's technology frontier. This program is organized to synergize all IPR-related activities of the state under one umbrella. In this respect, I want to mention that this Patent Information Center has registered a good number of traditional technology, that means geographical indications of the state, including Bangla Rasgulla. And it saves lots of stakeholders to improve the market potential of our state. With all these, another good number of patents also registered by this center, and a good number of grassroots innovators also promoted. Some of the grassroots innovators are present here today to showcase their activities, like Shubhamoy Bishwas, he is from Nadia, Shayan Chatterjee from Bakura, and Arijit Hajra from Bardhaman. They are doing excellent work in their innovations, and we have promoted these solar bike, projector, analog projector, robot. This is the Arijit Hajra invented robot, which is the first robot in the northeastern region. So there is many more success stories which will be delivered by our distinguished Secretary Sir or Joint Secretary Sir. I am not going to all these details, but in this auspicious occasion, I am presenting some videos which is from Government of India on intellectual property rights. Why intellectual property rights? Why we are here? Every day from morning to night, everything we are handling, that is intellectual property right. Everything, every nanoseconds we are thinking, that is intellectual property rights. But we do not know we have so much of intellectual property rights. And that is why that rice tech company takes Basmati from our state, from our India in 1997, and it was registered in USPTO, because during that time we don't know that we have some property. Nowadays, the total property is converted to intellectual property. We are in the world of innovation and intellectual property. So everything is intellectual property. We need to explore these and we need to protect these. And under Department of Science and Technology, Government of West Bengal Patent Center extend its facilities in all intellectual property rights protection and registration of traditional technology like geographical indications. So I hope today's workshop will be a successful one. And with all these few words, I want to view some video from Ministry of Science and Technology on intellectual property rights. It is only 3 minutes. I'll just, yes, please.
From morning to evening, and in every object that we use, starting from the tea we drink to the car we drive or the computer we use, all these products are someone's intellectual properties. India has a huge number of diverse traditional knowledge and rich heritage. It inspires the local community to innovate and invest. Who can forget about our struggle for getting recognition for neem, basmati, and wheat developed in our Indian territories? Intellectual property rights are the legal rights that provide creators protection for their original works, inventions, or the designs, artistic works, as well as scientific developments. The copying, duplication, alteration, and illegal duplication of these objects without the owner's consent is a serious offense. Thus, it is imperative for a common man to understand the importance of protection of intellectual property right, IPR. Ideas are important, but it is all the more important to convert these ideas to innovations. By getting IP protection of these innovations, one can turn their innovations to commercially viable products and services. In India, IPR is still in an inactive stage. Remote areas that are the hotbed for innovations are still unaware about IP and its benefits. A lot of concentrated efforts are being taken to expand the ground base of IP, but a lot yet need to be done. This has a lot of benefits to the nation at large. IP can lead to Atmanirbhar Bharat, as it will benefit indigenous growth and provide export opportunities. It becomes a unique opportunity to flaunt your logo on the products. Patents, trademark, and copyright are few of the ways in which one can protect their ideas and inventions. There is a lot of knowledge known to us, but is not yet IP protected. Now the time has come to understand IP, create IP, protect IP, and develop a culture of IP among our younger generation. Unless we understand the importance of IP, we cannot bring prosperity to the nation. Protection of IPR is vital to ensure intellectual, cultural, and economic growth. For exploring more about IPR, join us for the Vigyan Utsav on IPR, organized as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav that inspires for creative India, innovative India. IP, a boon for those who dare to invent.
So we need to protect more and more intellectual property and innovate it. And it's under one umbrella to synergize this activity. This workshop has been organized, and we are happy that our Honorable Minister has given consent to inaugurate this program. So this Patent Information Center, during its journey in 25 years, has gained this category 1 in filing of more and more IPs. And till date, it is category 1 all over India. Hopefully, we'll be able to work with all innovation councils and universities and be the top in the India in filing intellectual property rights and protecting innovation of our state. With all this few words, I welcome again all in this auspicious occasion of 75 years independence and 25 years of Patent Information Center. Thank you. Thank you for kind patience.
Thank you, madam. Now we would move to the next welcome address. And I would request Dr. Shoptoshi Chatterjee, Associate Director, Incubation and Chief Coordinator, BIRAC, E-YUVA Centre, to speak a few words about the event. Sir, over to you.
Good morning, one and all present here. Honorable Sri Ujjwal Vishwas, Minister in charge, Science, Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal. Sri Rajiv Sinha, Principal Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of West Bengal. Mr. Sudipto Porel, Joint Secretary, DSTBT, Government of West Bengal. Professor Manos Sannal, Vice Chancellor, University of Kalyani. Sarvottomanandoji Maharaj, Vice Chancellor, Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda Education and Research Institute, Professor Anuradha Mukhopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, the Sanskrit College and University, all the dignitaries on and off the dais. It is my proud privilege to deliver the welcome note on the auspicious occasion of Vigyan Utsav, celebrating the 75th year of Indian independence and the 25 years celebrating the setting up of Patent Information Centre. Adamas University and the E-YUVA Centre, supported by BIRAC, Government of India, is indeed honored to host the program organized by West Bengal State Council of Science and Technology, DSTBT, Government of West Bengal. IPR has been one of the key indicators for the development of science and technology, thereby reflecting the development and prosperity of the country. Therefore, higher education institutions must evolve as a center for creation of knowledge rather than knowledge dissemination center. In this context, protection of the intellectual property for the exploration of technology developed rather being exploited is the key. Be it patent, copyright, trademark, geographical indications are known, not yet very popular among everyone. Hence, the colleges and universities discussion on increasing the share of IP, role of intellectual property right in bringing innovation and entrepreneurship, and the incentivizing mechanism for its pivotal importance. Today in the inaugural session would be followed by a talk by resource person, including 1 and 1 in the post-lunch session. That in the deliberation and discussion, it is expected to evaluate our stand in the national and global context with respect to IPR in creating the roadmap for future. Today's inaugural session will be followed by address by eminent scientists, including Dr. Devappriya Datta, Scientist G and Head of Seed Division, DST, Government of India, and many more. The panel discussion on IPR, innovation and entrepreneurship, as well as technology transfer and incentive policy would be of great importance to all the higher education institutions. You can also witness the innovators and creative artists and craftsmen from West Bengal in the lobby just outside the auditorium. I thank all the dignitaries, participants who have joined this program for the noble cause, and the speakers and panelists to guide us in this entire journey. As a host of the program, I welcome you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would request Mr. Shudipto Porel, Joint Secretary, Department of Science, Technology and Biotechnology, and MD, West Bengal Biotechnology Development Corporation, to address the session. Sir, please.
Honorable Minister in charge, Department of Science, Technology and Biotechnology, and our Principal Secretary, sir, Chancellor of this university. 4 VCs are present here, Kolani and BC Maharajji from Belur, and also Sanskrit University. She's sitting opposite to us. They didn't agree to share dais with us. Ma'am, thanks for your gracious presence. And Kolani University is also present. Adamas University Vice Chancellor also present. So our main objective of this workshop is to strengthen the network for this IPR related activity. Intellectual property right has become a very important issue nowadays, and if we as a state lags behind, naturally as a Bengali will not boast in future about our intellectual property protection. So it is very high time for us to increase the number of patents, geographical indication, registration, and all trademark, designing and plant variety protection. All these related activities needs to be strengthened. So I'm going straight into the presentation so that we can highlight the achievement in these 75 years of independence in India and 25 years of our journey. The Patent Information Cell under Department of Science and Technology. It is very glorious moment for us to share all these activities and all these achievements in the last few years, and especially in the GI sector, our state ranks 6th in the country, and obviously in the patenting also we are in the first 10 front runner states in the country, but many works is to be done, and with the cooperation and involvement of the universities, college, institutional innovation council, it is possible to to be achieved. And our able leadership of our honorable minister, he consented to present to grace the occasion, and he was very dynamic in the RDR department also. Sir খুব এসেছে। স্যার আগের দিন বলছিলেন যে যখন জেল দপ্তরে ছিলেন, আলিপুর জেলটা বর্তমানে জানেন আমরা যে আমাদের প্রাচীন যে স্বাধীনতা সংগ্রাম আজ আমরা 75 বছর পালন করছি, সেখানে বহু বিপ্লবী এবং আমাদের দেশমাতৃকার বহু মহান সন্তান সেখানে বন্দী অবস্থায় ছিলেন, তাদের ফাঁসি দেওয়া হয়েছিল। সেটা জনসাধারণের জন্য খুলে দেওয়া হয়েছে, সেখানে গ্যালারি করা হচ্ছে যেখানে ফাঁসি দেওয়া হতো, যেই সমস্ত কুটুরিতে আমাদের এই মহান সন্তানদের রাখা হতো সেগুলো মানুষের জন্য খুলে দেওয়া হয়েছে। এবং সেই বড় কাজটা স্যারের হাত দিয়েই হয়েছিল। স্যার নিশ্চয়ই সেটা শেয়ার করবেন এবং আশা করি উনি এই কয়েক সপ্তাহ হলো আমাদের দপ্তরে এসেছেন, বস্তুত এক সপ্তাহে বলা যায়। তিনি এইসব বিষয়গুলো খুব গুরুত্ব দিয়ে দেখছেন এবং তার নেতৃত্বে আমরা আরো এগিয়ে যাব এই আমাদের মেধাস্বত্ব সংরক্ষণের ক্ষেত্রে। বিভিন্ন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয় এখন ভাইস চ্যান্সেলররা এসছেন এবং বাকিরা অনলাইনে আছেন। দিল্লি থেকে আমাদের দেবপ্রিয় দত্ত স্যার আছেন, তিনি একটু পরে বলবেন যে কিভাবে আমাদের রাজ্য এগিয়ে গেছে এবং সর্বভারতীয় ক্ষেত্রে আগামী দিনে আরো কত সম্ভাবনা আছে, বিভিন্ন বিশ্ববিদ্যালয়কে নিয়ে আমরা কাজ করতে পারি। এবং আমাদের যেটুকু ঘাটতি আছে, যে আমাদের মেধা থাকতেও সেই সত্যগুলো আমরা সংরক্ষণ করতে পারছি না সঠিকভাবে, তার পিছনে কি কারণ আছে সেটা আমরা সারাদিন খুঁজে বেড়াবো। এবং যে দুটো আমাদের সেশন আছে, উইল সার্টেনলি ওয়ার্ক অন দ্যাট এবং সার্টেনলি উইল কাম আপ উইথ এ সলিউশন অ্যান্ড রোড ম্যাপ, যে আগামী দিনে কিভাবে আমরা আমাদের রাজ্যের যে মানচিত্রে আমরা কিভাবে সর্বভারতীয় ক্ষেত্রে প্রথম 3-এর মধ্যে আমরা ঢুকতে পারি, যেটা 6 বা 7-8-এর মধ্যে আছি, আমরা কিভাবে আরো এগিয়ে যেতে পারি। এবং নট অনলি দ্যাট, উই আর অলসো থিঙ্কিং অ্যাবাউট দ্য intellectual property right plus what will be done with the GI registration afterward, and what should be the commercialization platform and plan after the patent granting. That is also a issue. Maybe the lecturers, the professors, the researchers, they are not interested to get it patented, get their idea or formulation patented due to lack of any commercialization or academia and industrial tie-up. That issues will also come up, and that certainly some plan of action will be suggested by the panelists. আমরা দেখি যে আমরা কি অ্যাচিভ করেছি 75 বছরের মধ্যে। আমাদের 25 বছর পদার্পণ করলাম আমাদের রাজ্য স্তরে যে পেটেন্ট ইনফরমেশন সেল। Obviously we have searched patent for more than 500 patents. Patentability search are there, and obviously 611 patents have been granted from our state, and out of that 200 have been filed by our department and patent information cell. এবং তার মধ্যে সায়েন্টিস্ট অলরেডি পেয়ে গেছে। There is obviously gap between the filing and granting. That is obviously the reason behind that is the processing time, and there is a certain wings of Govt of India who deals with it, and naturally the time, it is a time consuming exercise. So we are hopeful that in the coming 1 year we will cross 300 or something like that. আমাদের GI এর ক্ষেত্রে অর্থাৎ community right, that is a geographical indication, সেক্ষেত্রে we have achieved tremendously we have achieved. আমরা এই পর্যন্ত প্রায় আজ পর্যন্ত 22 খানা আমরা জিআই সংরক্ষিত করতে পেরেছি, আরো 60 খানার মতো আমরা নিয়ে কাজ করছি। ইতিমধ্যে আমরা 29টা মতো আমরা ফাইল করে দিয়েছি। বাংলা রসগোল্লা হলো very debated issue, and ultimately we can achieve success in achieving the GI in that field also. And the Bangla Rasagolla is patented in our favor, and Baluchuri and all this patent, it is extremely necessary. Otherwise, the people who are not associated with it, they may register it in their favor. সুতরাং আমাদের মেধা সংরক্ষণ আমাদেরই করতে হবে, আমাদের যেটা সম্পদ আমাদেরই সংরক্ষণ করতে হবে। আমরা যেমন আমের ক্ষেত্রে 3টে আমকে আমরা সংরক্ষণ করতে পেরেছি, আমরা ফজলি আম, আমরা লক্ষণভোগ আম এবং মালদার যে আরো একটি আম আছে আমাদের হিমসাগর, এই 3টে আমকে আমরা উইল বি হ্যাপি টু নো দ্যাট 4 or 5 weeks back we exported about 10 quintal to Middle East countries for the first time having GI tag. আমরা GI tag নিয়ে আমরা মিডল ইস্ট কান্ট্রি গুলোতে আমরা রপ্তানি করেছি এবং আগামী দিনে এটা আরো বাড়বে। This is the first time using the GI tag we have started exporting. Obviously it has some export value, it add value to this GI product. আমরা সেই GI tagটা ব্যবহার করার ফলে it has some international acceptability, that is very required in case of some specified items. সুতরাং এটা খুব দরকার যে কিছু কিছু ক্ষেত্রে GI we have to do it, এবং সেই ক্ষেত্রে আমরা করেছি, এবং we are trying to chalk out some modalities to export the sweet items also with the help of packaging institute and export unions. তারা কাজ করছেন একসঙ্গে কিভাবে আমরা এটা অন্তত সেলফ লাইফ 6 মাস 7 মাস এনসিওর করে মিডল ইস্ট এবং ইউরোপিয়ান কান্ট্রিতে বিভিন্ন আমাদের যে মিষ্টি সেগুলোকে পাঠানো যায়। ইতিমধ্যে কাজ শুরু হয়েছে। তো মিষ্টির ক্ষেত্রে আমরা অনেকগুলো জিআই পেয়েছি, আমরা আর্ট ক্যাপস এর ক্ষেত্রে অনেকগুলো জিআই পেয়েছি যেগুলো এখানে দেখছেন এবং বাইরে প্রদর্শিত হয়েছে। আমরা যে স্থানীয়ভাবে যে সম্প্রদায়গুলো যে কমিউনিটি রাইট লাইক দ্য মাস্ক, যেটা উডেন মাস্ক বাইরে প্রদর্শিত হয়েছে, ডেমনস্ট্রেটেড হয়েছে, ইউ ক্যান সি দ্যাট, সেটা আমরা কিন্তু মেধাস্বত্ব সংরক্ষণ করেছি। এবং পুরুলিয়ার ছৌ মাস্ক আপনারা জানেন বিখ্যাত, কুচমন্ডির কাঠের যে মাস্ক সেটাও বিখ্যাত, এবং এই যে ডোগরা শিল্প বাঁকুড়া এবং বর্ধমানে সেগুলো আমরা জিআই রেজিস্ট্রেশন করে। ইট হ্যাজ সাম এক্সপোর্ট ভ্যালু অলসো, ইন্টারনাল এবং এক্সটার্নাল মার্কেটের ক্ষেত্রে এটা উই হ্যাভ অ্যাডেড সাম ভ্যালু থ্রু দিস জিআই রেজিস্ট্রেশন। সুতরাং জিআই এর ক্ষেত্রে এটা আমাদের বড় কৃতিত্ব যে আমরা 22 খানা পেয়েছি। রিসেন্টলি উই হ্যাভ রেজিস্টার্ড দ্য হিমালয়ান চিলি ডালে কুটসানি and we are trying to export that also from Darjeeling area. So the এরকম বহু large cardamom that is on the card, and that will be registered very soon, and that will be also added in the export list. So এইভাবে আমরা দ্রুত এগিয়ে যাচ্ছি এবং এটা অল ইন্ডিয়া স্ট্যান্ডিং। Obviously universities have to play their role. The Maharashtra as a state, they have registered 4741, while we are being intellectual superior state, we have registered only 611 because there is some lack in understanding, I think. So in order to ward off that type of misunderstanding, we have convened all the university, offline and online, and all the innovations council of the states, so that we can impress upon them that it is very important to register all this thinking, idea and formulation through this patent registering authority. Otherwise it will be on the paper. Maybe we are in paper publication, Bengal is top ranking state in the country and also in the world. Into seiguloke we have to translate those things into patent. In that case we can surplus Maharashtra also. In that case we will stand first in the country. So এই জন্যই আমরা সমস্ত কলেজকে ডেকেছি, ইউনিভার্সিটি অনেকজন ভাইস চ্যান্সেলর স্যারেরা এসেছেন। এই বিষয়টা যদি একটু দেখেন, এ পর্যন্ত আমরা জানি যে যাদবপুর ইউনিভার্সিটি they have some incentive policy. The lecturers or researchers were doing that particular patent, what will be the modalities of transfer of that particular technology. They have devised some formula, which is 60-40 formula. The researcher will get 60% of that usufruct, and the rest 40% will be retained by the university. Similarly, IIEST, they have also devised a similar type of incentive policy. Because probably most of the university have no incentive policy. That's maybe factors behind this lack of interest among the researchers and lecturers. So on behalf of department, I would also request to all universities and Innovation Council to have some type of transfer policy, technology transfer policy or incentive policy on behalf of the institute you are representing. সেটা করলে I personally believe the number of registered patent that will jump in future, maybe within next 1 or 5 years. So these are the logo I have already discussed. The 22 we have already got. This is the GI logo. We can just display on our product, and that will have some international value. এই লোগোগুলো আমরা ব্যবহার করতে পারি। এখানে দেখছেন অনেক রকম লোগো আমরা ফেমাস, যেগুলো আমরা পাঁচমুড়া বা শান্তিনিকেতন লেডার, দার্জিলিং টি, all these are GI registered by the GI registering authority, Government of India. এবং আমরা এটা সর্বভারতীয় ক্ষেত্রে we are now 6th in position in registering the GI. এবং যে পরিমাণ দরখাস্ত আমরা জমা দিয়ে দিয়েছি, মেবি উইল বি উইদিন 3-4 front running states in the country. It is 6th. I have already, the first Karnataka is only with 48, and we are with 22. We have already submitted around 60, so that will come around 70 or 80, I think. GI registration, that's I'm talking about GI plus. So the GI registered for the beneficiary will not get the actual benefits. GI tagging is not important, but what is the benefit that is the tagline of today's workshop? What is the harnessing of the socioeconomic benefits out of GI registration or IPR registration, intellectual property registration and protection. So I think this after the registration, we have to make the avenue, commercial avenue very clear so that this beneficiary can get the actual benefit of commercialization and the added value and obviously sustainability and quality control of their product. That is the main issues why these are greatly valued by the foreigners and in the international market, that exact quality what is described in the GI application that is being maintained. সেটা হচ্ছে মূল কথা, যে মূল মন্ত্র, যে আমরা কোয়ালিটিটা মেনটেন করতে পারছি কিনা, বাংলার পটচিত্র সেই পটচিত্রে যেটা যেটা থাকার কথা সেটা আছে কিনা, যে আমরা উডেন মার্কস বা এখানে যে ডোগরা শিল্প প্রদর্শিত হয়েছে বা টেবিলে রাখা আছে, এক্সাক্ট ভ্যালু যেটা যেটা প্রোডাকশন মেকানিজম আমরা বলেছেন সেই মেকানিজমে করছেন না, it has been diluted by some other mechanism that has to be looked into, and there is some control quality mechanism is in place by the department. তারা দেখে এটা প্রপারলি কোয়ালিটি কন্ট্রোল হচ্ছে কিনা। ক্রমাগত এই সংখ্যাটা বাড়ছে। ডোগরা শিল্পীদের ক্ষেত্রে ওই গ্রামে যতজন আছে বাঁকুড়ার বিঘ্না গ্রামে, we have registered all the artisans, but it is true that we have not registered all the Dhonekhali taat weavers or the Santipur taat weavers. We have not registered 100%. It is merely 10% of the actual weavers that we have to look into the issue. Amra gradually will go for the universal coverage, but we have to ensure the benefit of actual registration to impress upon the weavers what is the benefit of actual registration. This is similarly applicable for the researcher in the universities. What is the benefit of patenting? এই একই কথা আজকে আলোচনা হবে, যে এইটা সবাইকে বোঝাতে হবে জিআই রেজিস্ট্রেশনের বেনিফিট কি হতে পারে এবং পেটেন্ট রেজিস্ট্রেশনের বেনিফিট কি হতে পারে। সেটা যদি আমরা সঠিকভাবে না নিতে পারি তাহলে কিন্তু in both tail we will lagging behind in all India scenario. এই GI প্লাসের জন্য আমরা চেষ্টা করছি, we are devising some QR code. Everyone has a mobile and they can decode it through their mobile apps. So that QR code decoding will ensure the actual trail of the production. Who is the actual weaver? So who is the actual producer? Maybe Govindabhog rice or Tulai Panji rice, which is already GI registered, and actual trader. All the trail will come through this decoding. That particular decoding mechanism is now devised by our department, and that will be put on each and every product. We may be Bengal Rasagalla packets or GI product packets. That QR code and specific logo will be there in future. We are also conducting some IPR course. Many of the students from universities, colleges, and outside the colleges, they are being registered in our departmental course that is conducted by MACOUT, and the certificate course, diploma, PG course that is being provided to a spread ecosystem of IPR in the state, so that everybody can have a knowledge about the IPR, and in future this patent attorney who can prepare the patent application, GI application, the number can increase and overall state can profit from this entire ecosystem. Additionally, we have introduced technology development. That is also a subject today, how to transfer the technology. That is the main object we discussed today. Last year, we have started technology hunt, and very few promising entrepreneurs were selected, and they have been promoted by the institutes like IIT Kharagpur and IIM Jupa, and accordingly they are doing a good business. And you will be pleased to know that we have invented, the entrepreneur has invented a cap, that is a purifier cap. A cap itself is a purifier that can purify, that can remove the pollutant, the microbes, that pathogens, etc., and purify the water. That is, maybe the price is 5 to 10 rupees. That is being now being commercialized. That is the product of this technology hunt, and our idea clinics, the Wings Technology Development and Adaptation Center of our department. This year, we have also conducted the technology hunt. Accordingly, we are selecting the promising entrepreneurs who will be mentored by our department in future. So this is the result of every last Friday of the month. That is the day for idea clinic in our department itself. The promising entrepreneurs and who have idea present their idea in our forum, and accordingly that is being selected, and later on that is being promoted. This is data-wise display, and these are few seeing is believing. How many technology have been identified by the departments and accordingly mentored or monitored or finance being provided with the seed fund or prototype development fund, and later on commercialization or tagging with the industry. These are the few examples. This is basically the waste material, the leather waste, etc., slaughterhouse waste that is being now converted into fertilizer kind of thing through this simple machine. These machines are devised by the very grassroots worker, not exactly the very educated people. Recently, hopefully, that a drone aviskar kora hoyeche. It is invented by a villager. যেটা দিয়ে আমরা স্প্রে করছি বিভিন্ন জায়গায়, where human people cannot reach to spray. That particular drone is used for spraying over that particular marshy land or inaccessible land. And after Park Circus's Chile, he has invented a drone that can fly over 10th floor or 20th floor, where human beings cannot reach in half an hour or something like that. The emergency pure to reach that is a very important factor. Even কয়েক মিনিটের মধ্যে ড্রোন দিয়ে, that is being accepted by the firefighting department also, emergency department. They are now using our technology, that invention, and that experimentally utilizing that particular device, how to douse the fire, maybe 10th floor, 24, something like that. So now সেই ধরনের ইনোভেশন গুলো আমরা কিন্তু পপুলারাইজ করছি। এটা হচ্ছে পাট থেকে, জুট থেকে কিভাবে পার্টিকেলস করা হয় সেগুলো আমরা করেছি। এখানে ক্যালকাটা ইউনিভার্সিটিতে আমরা এটাও আমাদের আইডিয়া ক্লিনিকে এসেছে, ডক্টর অমলান দাস ক্যালকাটা ইউনিভার্সিটির ফ্যাকাল্টি, তিনি করেছেন। সেখানে জেনারেলি ইনসেক্ট বিং লুক ডাউন আপন, but it has been converted into a real usable product. এটা দিয়ে বিভিন্ন আমাদের প্রোটিন হতে পারে, বিভিন্ন ধরনের ইউটিলিটি সার্ভিস দেওয়া হচ্ছে এখান থেকে। এটাকে কালচার করে মাল্টিপ্লাই করে সেগুলো বিভিন্নভাবে ম্যানিউর হিসেবে ব্যবহার হতে পারে, প্রোটিন হিসেবে ব্যবহার হতে পারে। সেই কাজটি কিন্তু এখানে করা হয়েছিল। মেরিগোল্ড থেকে যে করা হয়েছে সোলার বাইক, ইট ইজ ওয়াইডলি ইউজ নাও। এটা একটা এন্টারপ্রেনার কৃষ্ণনগর মানে নদিয়া ছিল, সেটা কিন্তু সে এখন দাঁড়িয়ে গেছে, বড় ব্যবসা করেছে। হি কেম থ্রু আওয়ার মেকানিজম। এইভাবে আছে অনেক রকম। অ্যান্টিভেনম নিয়ে অনেক ভালো ভালো কাজ হচ্ছে, সেখানে এখনো কাজ চলছে। ভেনমকে কিভাবে এক্সট্রাক্ট করে নেওয়া যায়, সঙ্গে সঙ্গে কিভাবে আইডেন্টিফাই করা যায়, এরকম কাজও প্রচুর আমরা করেছি। সুতরাং আগামী দিনে আমরা এইভাবে এগিয়ে যাব। I think through this workshop we will get some suggestions, some roadmap. Distinguished faculties are here, just sitting opposite to us. তারা আজকে সারাদিন আমাদের সঙ্গে আলোচনা করে কিছু পথ নির্দেশ করবেন, এই আশা আমি আমাদের বিজ্ঞান প্রযুক্তি এবং জৈব প্রযুক্তি দপ্তরের মধ্য থেকে আশা করছি। সবাইকে এই মহতী অনুষ্ঠানে আসার জন্য, অ্যাডামাস ইউনিভার্সিটিকে এই ধরনের অনুষ্ঠান আয়োজন করে দায়িত্ব নেওয়ার জন্য অত্যন্ত অল্প সময়ে 1 সপ্তাহের মধ্যে তারা আয়োজন করেছে। স্যারকে ধন্যবাদ জানিয়ে, সবাইকে ধন্যবাদ জানিয়ে শেষ করছি।
Thank you, sir. Now, I would invite Professor Dr. Manush Kumar Shannal, Vice Chancellor, University of Kollani, to address the session. Sir, please.
Namaskar. Respected Sri E-YUVA Vishwash, Honorable Minister in Charge, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, Sri Rajesh Sinha, Principal Secretary, DSTBT, Government of West Bengal, Professor Shomit Rai, Honorable Chancellor, Adamas University, Professor Dipankar Kumar Jha, Vice Chancellor, Adamas University, Mr. Sudipto Porel, Joint Secretary, Department of Science, Technology and Biotechnology, and Managing Director, West Bengal Biotechnology Development Corporation, Dr. Devapriyo Datta, Scientist G, Head, Seed Division, DST, Government of India, Dr. Mohua Hum Chaudhary, Scientist C, DST, BT, Government of West Bengal, distinguished guests, faculties, students, participants, and research scholars. I am happy to be with you in this Vigyan Utsav on socio-economic benefit of IPR, organized by West Bengal State Council of Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, hosted by Adamas University. I sincerely express my Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal for organizing this workshop. We know knowledge and ideas are very key resources in the global economy. The protection of knowledge and idea through intellectual property right, or IPR, has become one of the major issues, and intellectual property right is a fast-growing field as it plays an important role in the economic development of the country. The acquisition of IP not only boosts the image of the organization or individual, but also helps in addressing social issues. Creativity and innovations are two important ingredients for the sustainable growth and development of any nation. Creativity and innovation need to be strongly intertwined in our education system. The universities in the developed countries are well aware of the importance of IPRs. So we have to more IP savvy, even though we are not far behind in skill and knowledge from developed countries. I hope the Vigyan Utsav highlights the importance of intellectual property rights by sensitizing faculty, researchers, and students towards IPR and its various forms like patents, copyrights, trademark, industrial design, etc. It is high time that higher education institutes and research institutes should come forward and uplift the quality and quantity of our intellectual property. So there is need to spread IP awareness among the researchers, teachers, scientists, and students of universities, institutes, and colleges. Before concluding, I again convey my appreciation to all members of the organizing committee for organizing this event and wish this workshop a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would request Swami Sarvadananda Ji, Vice Chancellor, Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Institutional, Educational and Research Institute, to address the session. Sir.
नमस्ते यतिराजाय विवेकानंद सूरये सच्चित सुखद स्वरूपाय स्वामिने तापहारिणे माननीय श्री उज्जवल मिनिस्टर श्री राजेश सिन्हा, Professor Manas Sanyal, Vice Chancellor, Kalyani University, Professor Dipendra Jha, Adamas University, other Vice Chancellors. I am very glad to be in the Adamas University and feel honored that I have been invited for this auspicious occasion, the inauguration of this center. So, I have only got very few comments to make. You have already heard a lot. Actually, it is a very laudable effort by the Department of Science and Technology of the West Bengal, because really, I should actually take off the mask. This is a very laudable attempt by the Department of Science and Technology, actually, because really speaking, we are very lacking in the respect of the patent registrations. Though still the process is not streamlined, we know that there are still some hiccups. I think even the processes has to be made still more streamlined, and there is a lot of scope, because our universities experience is like that. Many of our teachers, they have in agriculture department and biotechnology, they had faced some difficulties in the past. Especially they said that the cost is more and the logistics is also very not very easy to actually to go through the process. So really speaking, I don't know whether you have any of you have gone through the process earlier, but earlier the process was really very difficult, and in fact most of our teachers would give up in between without without having their patents registered, and because at a time for a single patent they have to go through a lot of hassle. So as such, I would congratulate Department of Science and Technology to do this, to try to promote this patent registration, and this has to be taken through our universities, because these things can be taught to the students when they go to the field. Generally, they are very busy with their own daily life. Probably they don't know the process. Only very few of them will go and try to do the patent registration. Actually, most of the patent registration, it comes through the educational institution. So I think it is a very right to concentrate only on educational institutions first. Then we can go and promote this in the public also. Thank you very much. I don't have to say much more. Again, I thank the organizers for organizing this program and invite. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, to address the session, I request Dr. Debopriyo Dotto, Scientist G, Head, Seed Division DST, Government of India, who has joined us in the Zoom session to speak a few words. Sir.
Namaskar, good afternoon. Namaskar to all those present here, especially Sri Ujjwal Vishwash Mahashaya, the Honorable MIC of DST, Government of West Bengal. Yeah, am I visible, audible? No, I'm not muted. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes. So now it's coming.
Hello? Yeah, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Sri Ujjwal Vishwash Mahashaya, the Honorable MIC, DST Government of West Bengal, Sri Rajesh Sinha ji, Swami Sharbadananda Maharaj, Vice Chancellors, Professor M.K. Sanyal, Professor Shamit Roy, and the other dignitaries. I just want to give a little, the background in the context of that today's program is going on. As you know, the Ministry of the Department of Science and Technology and the Ministry of Science and Technology, long back in 1971, started this mechanism of the states S&T councils, which is a unique center and the state science technology cooperation mechanism. And under this cooperations, West Bengal State S&T Council is the first 5 S&T councils which were established in the country. Specifically, the West Bengal State S&T councils were established in 1991. The S&T councils, when they are established, their objective is to create an awareness about the scientific awareness creations among the mass, and to support the R&D. And over the year, these state S&T councils has become the catalyst of the science, technology, innovation ecosystem for assessing, implementing, and delivering the appropriate solutions to state-specific challenges. So that the overall socioeconomic development at the state and the national levels can be, catalyzed by them. Now, in this evolutions process, when this year we are celebrating the Azadi Ki Amrit Mahotsav, the 75 years of the India's independence, we thought this is an appropriate, the opportunity to start a dialogue among the state S&T councils to identify that what are the different, the components of the state STI ecosystem. Because we generally talk about the STI ecosystem, but really what are the components, what is the status of them, and what are the coming 25 years of the India's journey, that when India in 2047 will reach the 100 years of independence, what is the pathway that the science and technology-led development process India will go through. And in this process, we started this in a virtual mode of the Vigyan Utsav in last August 2021. And today, it's a really an emotional moment for us that we are going to conclude this 12 months of this national consultation, where more than 3 lakhs, stakeholders have attended it through the different media in a virtual mode. And as a result, we are bringing out the first state-level science, technology, innovation ecosystem compendium. We have identified the main 6 components of a state STI ecosystems, which are the the research and development, institutional and the human capacity building, the innovation, technology deployment for the socio-economic development, science communication popularizations, and the policy are the main components. So we are going to unveil that report in of this month. And while doing so, we found that in the innovation component, this IP or the intellectual property has an important role. If you look into in the recent year, India's the positions in the global innovation index have improved from 81 to 46, and where this innovation has played a big role. And nationally, if you see that the National Innovation Index, West Bengal starts at the 11th last 2021, the report which has been brought by Niti Aayog. But if you look it into this, the IP or the intellectual properties, there are different type of the intellectual property. Just before this, I was attending a similar program for Punjab, where the strength there is in terms of the patents. But in case of the West Bengal, it's very logical to notice that the more focus is here on the GI, the geographical indicators, and which really catalyzes the larger socioeconomic development, because the GIs have the potentials to create a local level, the enterprises and the MSMEs. And as all of us know, the MSMEs contribute 60% of the economic development in the country. And in this context, again, the West Bengal Council needs to be, and the Department of Science and Technology of the West Bengal government needs to be lauded for launching the Technology Development and Adaptation Center, TDAC, along with the IIM Kolkata, and which I'm sure will create many of these type of local level enterprises and catalyze, and can create a model in front of the country for the other states, that how the GI can be taken forward for creating a local level partnerships. I just request the discussions over these 2 days to take it to pathway. Let us look into that, how this IP in the different form can strengthen one way our economic pathway and the industrial pathway. The other way, if this can strengthen our social and the economic pathway. Because let us remember, though our global innovation index has improved, but the India's Human Development Index over the last 10 years is in the plateau. We are in the range of 131 to 133. So it is a requirement now, these innovations, to convert it into bringing the social equity. And that's the challenge, like, what we have. And while doing the social, bringing the social equity on the one side and the industrial development on the other side, we shouldn't forget about the third axis of the sustainable development, that is the ecological and environmental balance. So these 2 days of the discussions, what we are going to take, like, as you know, like in West Bengal, in 25 years that we have established that these patent facilitation centers, and I'm sure now they will take this to the many of the the universities, that where we can have a patent facilitation cell. And this concept of a patent-based sustainable development, where we look it into the converting this into the patenting facilities into the local social and the economic development in alignment with the environmental conservations, should be the model what we must lead for the next 25 years of our national, the state level and the national development. And at the end of that, it's like of this model of the self-sustenance, we can contribute to the world where like as a sustainable model of development. With this thought processes, I end here, and I wish you all the best for this today, of this one day of the today's deliberations. And I'm sure you will find it out that what way for the coming 25 years we can use that the patent for a nucleus of this sustainable development, between the balance between the social development, the economic development, and the environmental, the conservations. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, I would request our guest of honor, Sri Rajesh Sinha, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, to address the session. Sir, over to you.
Respected Sri E-YUVA Centre, Honorable Minister in charge, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, Professor Sumit Roy, Chancellor, Adamas University, Professor Dipendra Kumar Jha, Vice Chancellor, Adamas University, Dr. Devpriya Datta, Scientist G, Government of India, Professor M.K. Sanyal, Vice Chancellor, Kalyani University, my colleagues Sudipto and Mahua, Om Chaudhary, Present VCs, Sri Swami Sarvanandaji Maharaj, and Madam VC of Sanskrit University, Dr. Saptarshi Chatterjee from the E-YUVA Centre of Adamas University. I first of all extend my heartfelt thanks and regards to the Adamas University for hosting this workshop today. Hosting this workshop today on behalf of the Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology. We are all aware that intellectual property is a creation of our minds. Whatever we produce using our brains, our intelligence, our intellect is termed as intellectual property. And the government, as well as all across the world, the governments have given laws to protect this intellectual property for the benefit of the creator. We have many ways in which we can do it. We have the Intellectual Property Rights Act. We have the registration of the geographical indication. We have the copyrights and registration of copyrights and trademarks and various other things. The Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, has been implementing the intellectual property rights facilitation program in the state of West Bengal through Patent Information Center under the West Bengal State Council of Science and Technology since 1997. West Bengal was the first state in the country to have a Patent Information Center, which we call PIC, which has gained considerable experience in handling intellectual property rights activities over these years. It is ranked, as just told by my colleague, it is ranked as category 1 by DST, Government of India, among 28 PICs of different states in India in the field of IPR. Our PIC has been functioning as the nodal agency for handling all facets of intellectual property rights issues or all such issues in the state of West Bengal. The center had also initiated the facilitation of geographical indication filing and act as a nodal agency for GI as per the guide notification of the Government of West Bengal since 2007. Our PIC has been functioning as the nodal agency for handling all facets of intellectual property rights issues of the state. And now we are also looking after GIs. We are looking after the registration of copyrights and trademarks also at the same time. So far, our PIC has taken leading role in facilitating filing of 200 patents, out of which 46 have been granted. We have filed 30 GI applications, out of which 18 have been registered. We have filed 24 plant variety protection, of which 15 have been registered. We have filed 30 trademark applications, of which 20 have been registered. And we have filed about 25 applications for copyrights, of which 20 have been registered. We have filed 5 design applications, of which 3 have been registered. Some of the notable ones are Bangla Rasgulla, Govindabhog rice, Baluchori sari, and Chau mask, and the Dokras that we have just distributed today. Our center has taken initiatives in registering 348 GI authorized user names till date for market channel improvement and socio-economic development of the stakeholders of the state. PIC is also facilitating GI stakeholders to improve their socio-economic status by introducing their product in the national and international markets. These initiatives will create huge employment and business opportunities for the state of West Bengal. The state being committed to all-inclusive and balanced socio-economic development by weaving and protecting more IPRs, including GIs or products, as an integral component in its development process. A structured intellectual property right framework is an urgent need to facilitate and raise the position of West Bengal in IP filing, as well as harmonizing economic potential of IP generated. At present, West Bengal is ranked 10th in patent filing and 6th in GI registrations. To develop a strong network among institutions, universities, and engineering colleges, this workshop has been organized to motivate higher education institutions to file more and more patents and other forms of intellectual property rights after 75 years of celebration of Indian independence and 25 years of setting up of Patent Information Center in this state. Accordingly, 2 important sessions have been organized to motivate all researchers of the state to file more IP and utilize it for the socio-economic benefit of the society. We have technology development and adaptation. With this, the department, in collaboration with Indian Institute of Technology, Indian Institute of Management run Entrepreneur and Innovation Park at Kolkata, have set up a technology development and adaptation center through Patent Information Center with the objective of building and nurturing an ecosystem to support science and technology-led entrepreneurship, promoting scientific research and innovations in the state. The Technology Development and Adaptation Center extends its facilities to organize technology hunt programs to provide the opportunity to pitch the ideas of the outcome of research and development projects funded by DST, BT, Government of West Bengal. 9 projects were selected, which are in process of commercialization. The notables one, just initially our Sudipto had shown that solar bike, solar safety electric bike, the integrated insect farming, and others that he has shown. Second one is the Idea Clinic. A monthly Idea Clinic has been initiated to mentor and handhold the ideas generated by individual inventors, academicians, researchers of the state. It is a single window facility to mentor individual innovators, scientists, research, academicians from initiation of an idea, protection of intellectual property, mentoring and guiding the creation of business plan and commercialization. The facility is available at the Office of Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology at Vigyan Utsav. All researchers of the state may take up help of this facility to improve the IP contribution of the state. I believe that at the end of this workshop, we'll be wiser, we'll be appreciating more of the intellectual property that we have and how it can be preserved and how we can reap the benefits of our intellectual properties for our socio-economic development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request Professor Dr. Dripendra Kumar Jha, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Adamas University, to address the occasion. Sir, please.
Thank you, Dr. Banerjee. Good afternoon, one and all. Respected Sri E-YUVA Centre, Honorable Minister in Charge, Science, Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal. Sri Rajesh Sinha, Principal Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of West Bengal. Mr. Sudipta Porel, Joint Secretary, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology. Professor Manas Sanyal, Vice Chancellor, University of Kalyani. Sarvottomanand Ji Maharaj, Vice Chancellor, Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda Education and Research Institute. Professor Anuradha Mukhopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, the Sanskrit College and University, and all other dignitaries on and off the dais. It's indeed a great pleasure when I stand here to welcome all of you from different universities that you have come, and also thank you, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, for selecting Adamas University as a venue and believing in our potential capacity that we can actually coordinate and be a center where we can discuss ideas emerging from different corners. Let me first take it mention it here that Adamas University, it's a new university. We all know that we are in the 7th year of our operation. We have just completed 6 years. Though young, but we have already identified the areas that we need to work on, and definitely research and development that includes patent, IPR related activities is of one of our priority areas. In 2020, though we have been doing it since our inception, but in 2020, what we did was we actually first restructured our organization so that we can actually put focus on some of these activities. So as a result, we have department of there is a direct dean of research and development, which is normally a common thing. But then we also try to institutionalize innovation here. Not necessarily everything will be generating IPR, but we have a director of product and innovation here. And then these two things are there, and then there is a director of incubation, which is being handled by Dr. Saptarshi. So what we do is there are several ideas which R&D division will do. We have that includes publications, funded projects. We have seed funding that we are giving it to our colleagues, our faculty colleagues, and also we started student level student level project competitions, etc. Because I have seen my own personal experience while I was in University of Petroleum and Energy Studies as the Vice Chancellor Dehradun. Most of the patents used to come through the student innovation. Of course, there would be teacher guiding them. So I think they actually they know actually what's happening. Sometimes what we do is our teachers, we have our own way of thinking, but these youngsters, they are actually more innovative. They are, if we actually provide them a real ambience, they can actually do wonders. So what we did was, here also what we are doing is we are just providing that ambience, and we are sure things have started coming. We know that IPR, this patent granting thing in India, it takes time. So we have started. This year only we got our first 5 of the patents and copyrights granted this year. We know that it takes like minimum 4-5 years, and it takes sometimes even 7 years. But if you see number of projects and other things which may have a potential of being converted to some of the entrepreneurial thing. That also we have started this year. In last 7 months, we have received more than 2 crore worth funding from DST and DRDO and other agencies. We also this seed funding is also important. We are doing it, we are giving it, because we know that in order to test hypothesis and develop prototype, we need to first take first step, and then only we'll be able to fetch funding. When we believe in ourselves, then only others will believe in our potential competency. That's what we are doing. We have through Center for Incubation, we have started through various processes. We have started finding out the ideas through different hackathons, competition, etc. And there are several students who are at pre-incubation stage at this moment. So they will take time. I mean, we are hand-holding them not only technically but also financially and other ways that we can support them and give them idea that how can they fetch support from outside the university. And I'm sure that many of them, I mean, 1 or 2 have, I think, already got into incubating stage now. And I'm sure that several of these IPR things are going to come out. In last 7 months or so, since last November till now, I was just going through the data that 21 of our patents have been published now at least. So we have crossed that one stage. It takes time, as we know. We started, on this scale maybe a couple of years back. It will take time. We understand this, but the focus is there. So first thing what we did was we did the restructuring part in the KRA structure or whatever you call it, the appraisal system. We introduced this IPR, research thing, publication, projects, etc. Real incentivizing their efforts. We also give them, our own, from the university also we support, we incentivize. I think one of the previous speaker, he was talking about, IIT and some other institution, they have started incentivizing. We have started incentivizing everything related to research. So not only, publication of paper, of course, we don't, incentivize someone just for coming up a paper. It has to be in SCI index, and, the quality of paper, it has to be good, then only we incentivize. Patents, project, if someone is getting, we are incentivizing that because we understand that, monetary, reward can be one of the, big motivators. We also are spending, in some of the niche areas that we have identified that we need to actually, work on. And I feel proud when I say this thing that we have a Subhash Mukhopadhyay, Center for, that stem cell, research center, which probably, one of its kind. I mean, none of the private university, at least I have, come across, has stem cell research center. We have ourselves spent more than 1 crore just last year. And it shows our commitment to actually, invest in, cutting edge technology research, also incentivize, handhold, people, our students, and other stakeholders, so that we create a research, conducive environment here. We know that we are young, we have long way to go. We are here to learn actually, and I'm particularly delighted that through the sessions that we have, laid down today, our colleagues and myself included, we are going to learn, and we are putting up a lot of efforts. We also need to know that where we are and how can we handle, how can we, collaborate with each other. I think that's more important. While we can have different, system and processes in place, and we can do, great, but I think if we collaborate, this 1 + 1 can actually potentially become 11 instead of 1 + 1 2. So that's how we need to actually encourage this thing. And I'm sure that other institutions and those who are representing today, we are actually going to find some common areas where we can actually collaborate. I'm also thankful to the Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology. I actually came to know some of the things probably for the first time. I knew something, but then they are doing great things. I also came to know. So I think one of the major purpose probably of this workshop could be, this awareness, becoming aware that what is already happening and we don't need to reinvent the wheel probably. Already great things are happening. How can we actually get, benefit from some of these things? I think that would be my, take home. So as I said, we have started, it's a humble beginning, but I'm sure that we are also, we are aware that long way to go, but the key to success would be how can we collaborate with each other? We have actually started signing up with several industries, different, the deliverables could be different. We have more than 60, international partners. There we have started, of course, the research is not like, on institutional basis. It has to be person to person. So while we have our partner universities, we have started identifying our potential area. So what we did was we did first, research mapping. I mean, the competency mapping of our, people first. And once the competency mapping came that, we are actually good at certain areas, then we started, connecting them to different, universities. But sadly, I mean, of course, in different universities, like, personal capacity we are doing with some of the universities here, but it can actually grow further. And we are here to actually, request for that support. And I'm sure that we can actually do wonders. We have got some really great, potential here, great faculty member who have got, exposure and experience, even, working abroad. Marcy Dev, Dr. Marcy Dev, he is from, Stanford. And there are many other, faculty members here who would have done more than 1/3 of faculty member who are in science and technology area. They have got international exposure here. So I think great potential. We may be a young university, but then I sometimes take it as a benefit, as a good point, because we do not have any baggages. No legacy, but then no baggages either. We have all the way to climb actually, and we are here to do so. Thank you so much. I hope that you will have a wonderful, session, 2 sessions today that has been planned. And once again, as a host institute, I would like to welcome you. And in case you need any help, please do not hesitate to reach out to any of our colleagues, including myself. We are here to help. And I hope that your stay, your memory of Adamas University is going to be a good one. Thank you. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, sir. Now, I request Professor Dr. Soumit Ray, Honorable Chancellor, Adamas University, to address the gracious occasion. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. Honorable Sri E-YUVA Centre, Minister in Charge, Science, Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, Sri Rajesh Sinha, Principal Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of West Bengal, Mrs. Sudeepa Koral, Joint Secretary, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, Professor Manoj Sannal, Vice Chancellor, University of Kalyani, Sarvottananand Ji Maharaj, Vice Chancellor, Ramakrishna Mission, Vivekananda Educational and Research Institute, Professor Anuradha Mukhopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, the Sanskrit College and University, and all other dignitaries and on and off the dais. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all in the Vigyan Utsav at Adamas University to celebrate 75 years of independence of our country and 25 years celebrations of setting up of the patent information centers through the seminar on harnessing socio-economic benefits of IPR, role of higher education institutions, jointly organized by the West Bengal State Council of Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology, Government of West Bengal, and Adamas University. I also welcome Dr. Devopriya Datto, Scientist G and Head, SID Division, DST, Government of India, and other dignitaries, esteemed panelists, and speakers who have joined online to share their views. I welcome Dean's Director, Principal of several colleges, professors, and dear colleagues to this forum for discussing on the most pertinent theme of today, that is IPR. It has not been long that we knew and empathized the scope of intellectual property rights in the society. While we are well familiar with the tangible property, movable and immovable assets, we are seldom aware of the intellectual property that we create. In today's fast world that is dominated by the innovators, technologists, and the business houses, the protections of the intellectual property holds great importance. India, despite of land of great traditional knowledge, has not been the best to protect its ingenious varieties and a knowledge system. That gives us an opportunity to look back at the prospects and take lessons for the days ahead. Hence, the 75 years of the independence of the country provide a scope to look back and take a firm resolutions to protect our intellect through the legal process. I'm happy to let you all know that our university has taken a strong stride to protect IPR through a Center of Intelligence Property Rights headed by Professor Sushil Kumar Mitro, a center to create entrepreneurships named as the Center of the Incubations and Transitional Research Centers known as E-YUVA Centre, headed by Dr. Saptoshi Chatterjee. We are committed to promote innovation, IPR, protect, and entrepreneurship. I hope the deliberation on the policy matter related to IPR, innovation, and entrepreneurship would benefit the society, and the higher education institutions will play a major role towards this. Once again, I thank you all for the active participation and looking forward to a fruitful outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Last but not the least, now I request our chief guest, Shri Ujjwal Biswas, Honorable Minister, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, to give the inaugural address. Sir, please.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be present here. I would like to extend my thanks to the dignitaries present here. Also, thanks to the Adamas University as a host and coordinating our department, and in the dais, that is, 4 vice chancellors have already gave their speeches, and also our department officers given their total what necessity we have here to give you the department's views. Also, our Principal Secretary, Rajesh Sinha, given the boldly accepting you and also giving their what happened to our future. And also, I give you the main or theme is the IPR, intellectual property rights. What is our rights intellectual? That is, we are hiding in our head. That is the skill that is behind our skull. this is the main criteria. We should be able to find out where is the intellectual property, who are the properties we are hiding in every sphere, and we need those people, those things that is we need in our department. Just as our Rabindranath Tagore giving in song, that is আলোকেরই ঝর্ণা ধারায় ধুইয়ে দাও আপনাকে লুকিয়ে রাখা ধুলায় ঢাকা। আমরা যারা সকলেই জানি যে আমাদের এই যে স্পিরিট, আমাদের যে লুকিয়ে রাখা আমাদের যে মেধা, সেটা কিন্তু আমরা সবাই লুকিয়ে রেখেছি নিজেদের মস্তিষ্কের মধ্যে। অর্থাৎ এই যে স্কালটা দেখছেন, এর নিচে একটা স্কিল আছে আমাদের সবারই, এবং এই স্কিলটা আজকে আমরা নিজেরা যদি রবীন্দ্রনাথের ভাষায় যদি আলো দিয়ে আমরা তাকে ধুইয়ে দিই, তাহলে নিশ্চিতভাবে আমরা যেটা চাইছি সেটা আমরা খুঁজে বার করতে পারবো। আজকের উদ্দেশ্য হচ্ছে এটাই, যে আমরা সবাই আমাদের সমস্ত কিছু আছে আমার শক্তি, and science is one of the most such a thing that has been given by our predecessor. আমরা ভারতবর্ষে বর্তমানে এটা ঠিক করব কি আমরা আমাদের ধর্ম আগে থাকবে না আমাদের বিজ্ঞান আগে থাকবে, এটাই হচ্ছে আমাদের সব থেকে বড় বিষয়। বিজ্ঞান আমাদের কাছে এই বার্তাটা দেবে, আর আমাদের ধর্ম আমাদের কাছে এই বার্তাটা দেবে। কোন বার্তাটা আমরা চাই? আমাদের বার্তা হচ্ছে ধর্ম। আমরা সামনে আমাদের দুর্গাপুজো, দুর্গাপুজোতে আমরা সবাই জানি যে আমাদের দুর্গোৎসবের প্রথম পুজো শুরু হয় আমাদের গণেশের বউকে নদীতে স্নান করিয়ে তারপরে পুজোটা আমরা শুরু করি। এটা হচ্ছে আমাদের ধর্ম আমাদের কাছে দিয়েছে। তো ধর্ম আমাদের কাছে এই ব্যাখ্যা দেবার পরে আমরা কি বিজ্ঞানের এই ব্যাখ্যাটা আমরা প্রয়োজন মনে করি না? অর্থাৎ আমাদের ওই যে কলা গাছ, যে গাছটা আজকে প্রথমেই আমাদের পুজো শুরু করার আগেই আমরা ব্যবহার করি, সেই কলা গাছটাতে আমাদের প্রত্যেকটি এই পৃথিবীতে সব থেকে বেশি প্রয়োজন যেটা হচ্ছে ওই কলা গাছটি জল ধরে রাখে। অর্থাৎ একটা কলা গাছকে যদি আমরা কোনো আমাদের মেশিন দিয়ে ভালো করে তাকে ব্যবহার করি, তাহলে এক বালতির উপর জল আমাদের কলা গাছ থেকে পাওয়া যাবে, একটা কলা গাছে। সুতরাং আমাদের এই পৃথিবীতে আমাদের সব থেকে বেশি প্রয়োজন। আমাদের ধর্ম আমাদের বলে দিয়েছে ঠিকই, কিন্তু বিজ্ঞান আমাদের মানুষকে বাঁচানোর জন্য আমাদের সব থেকে বেশি দরকার, সেটা হচ্ছে জল। জলই আমাদের জীবন। তো বিজ্ঞান আমাদের এই ভাষাটা দিয়েছে। আজকে সব থেকে প্রথম আমরা যদি মনে করি যে আমাদের আইপিআর খুঁজতে, তাহলে আমাদের আইপিআর সব থেকে বড় শক্তি আমাদের সবকিছুই ওর মধ্যে দিয়ে দিয়েছে। বিজ্ঞান খুঁজলেই আমরা তার মধ্যে বার করে আনতে পারবো। তা আমি আজকে এই আলোচনার বিষয়ে সব থেকে প্রথম শক্তি, একটা ধর্মীয় শক্তি আর একটা হচ্ছে আমাদের বিজ্ঞান শক্তি, দুটোকে নিয়ে আমাদের পৃথিবীতে জন্মাবার পরে খালি আমি আমার ধর্ম বলতে হিন্দু ধর্মের কথা বলিনি, দুর্গাপুজো আমাদের ইতিমধ্যে আমরা যদি সমস্ত ধর্মীয় বিষয়গুলো আলোচনা করি তাহলে সবকিছুর মধ্যে একই জিনিস পাওয়া যাবে। সেটা হচ্ছে আপনি দেখুন আমাদের ঈদের জন্য 1 মাস ব্যাপী আমরা সকলে মিলে উপবাস করি। উপবাস করার পরে ঠিক সন্ধ্যেবেলা যখন আমরা সকলে খেজুর খাই, তো খেজুর গাছটা হচ্ছে আমাদের মরুভূমিতে জল ধরে রাখার জন্য আজকে সব থেকে বেশি প্রয়োজন। তাহলে আমাদের সেই ধর্মেও কিন্তু একই জিনিস আমাদের কাছে বার্তা দিয়েছে যে পৃথিবীতে জলের প্রয়োজন এবং এই জল আমাদের পৃথিবীকে বাঁচিয়ে রাখবে, তার সঙ্গে মানুষকেও বাঁচিয়ে রাখবে, এবং ধর্ম ব্যবহার করার জন্য আজকে তাকেও একই জিনিস ব্যবহার করতে আমাদের কাছে জানিয়েছে। আমি এইটার সঙ্গে আমি অন্য ধর্ম যদি বলতে আপনারা প্রশ্ন করেন তাহলে দেখবেন খ্রিস্ট ধর্মের প্রথমেই আজকে ধর্মীয় যে কোনো অনুষ্ঠানের আগেই আপনাদেরকে জল হাতে ধুয়ে তারপর ভিতরে প্রবেশ করতে দেবে। তাহলে আমাদের সবকিছুর মূলেই আমরা যে বার্তাটা আপনাদের কাছে দিতে চাইছি সেটা হচ্ছে এটাই যে আমাদের সত্যি কথা, আমরা যদি আমাদের ধর্মের সঙ্গে আমাদের বিজ্ঞান আমাদের সব একই সঙ্গে একই মাত্রায় যদি আমরা ব্যবহার করতে শিখি, তাহলে নিশ্চিতভাবে আমরা যা ভাবছি সেটা আমাদের ভাবনার অবকাশ থাকবে না। আজকের সব থেকে বেশি আমরা আলোচনা করছি এই বিষয়টি নিয়ে, এবং আলোচনার সর্বশেষ একটাই কথা, আমাদের বিজ্ঞান আমাদের খোঁজ করতে হবে, এবং এখানে ইন্টেলেকচুয়াল আমাদের যেটা আইপিআর সেটা হচ্ছে আমাদের প্রত্যেকেই নিজে লুকিয়ে রেখেছি, এটাকে ভালো করে পরিষ্কার করতে হবে, এবং এর জন্যে এই আলোকের ঝর্ণা ধারায় আমাদের ধুইয়ে দিতে হবে এবং নিজেদেরকে এগিয়ে নিয়ে যেতে হবে। আজকের দিনে আজকে সমস্ত আলোচনার বিষয়বস্তু আপনারা সকলে মিলে এই আলোচনায় আমরা আসি, আমাদের বিজ্ঞান আমাদের শক্তি, আমরা আমাদের খুঁজে বার করবার ক্ষমতা যদি ব্যবহার করি, তাহলে এই বিজ্ঞানই আমাদের সব থেকে বেশি আমাদের এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাবে। আজকে আমার দপ্তরের তরফ থেকে আপনাদের ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি। আজকে এই সুন্দর অবকাশে আপনাদের উপস্থিতি আমাদের এগিয়ে নিয়ে যাওয়ার সোপান হয়ে দাঁড়াবে। ধন্যবাদ সকলকে।
Thank you, sir. Thank you all the dignitaries of and on the dais who have made an active participation, and your gracious presence, I think, will fulfill the day for this session. Now we will head towards the tea break for 15 minutes, and we'll be back here at 1:25 p.m. and we'll start with the sessions for today. Thank you. Thank you. Before we leave, I would request a group photo with all the dignitaries on the stage.
আচ্ছা এই সময় কাকে কাকে ডাকা হচ্ছে প্যানেল ডিসকাশন এটা হয়ে যাক জসবন্তের প্যানেল পরে প্যানেল
আপনার একটা টক আছে
ওই টকটা আমি ইয়ের মধ্যে দিই ওই প্যানেল ডিসকাশনের মধ্যে ওটা
আচ্ছা প্যানেল ডিসকাশন হচ্ছে সুদীপ্ত পোরেল স্যার
আর আমার এটাকে না আমার পিপিটি
আপনি বলুন
আমার পিপিটিটা একটু দেখে নিব
হ্যাঁ আচ্ছা ম্যাম আপনি বলুন
আমি এখন বলবো না এই যে আমার যে সেশনটা না এটা প্যানেলের মধ্যে আমি বলবো
প্যানেলের মধ্যে
এই পিপিটি করে দেবো তো পিপিটিটা ওদের একটু ডাকুন আমি দেখি
এই আসলে পিপিটিটা ম্যাডাম দেখুন
হ্যাঁ নাও উই আর রেডি ফর ইওর সেশন হ্যাঁ
এই এনাকে কোহোস্ট করো করেছে
yes no sir you tell whatever you comfortable you tell you're comfortable whatever late is late they will recognize no problems because I want to hear from you
আমি মেশিন দিচ্ছি আমার মেশিনে চেক করে নাও না
yes we are announcing then sir you will
আপনার পিপিটিটা
এখানে আমি নিয়ে নিচ্ছি
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা ম্যাম সেশনটা আমরা একটু ডিসকাস করে নিই
বলছি উনার জসবন্তের পানোয়ারের হয়ে গেলে আমারটা সেশনে হয়ে যাবে সেটা বলে দেব
আর করব না আর এই দুটো প্যানেল কি একসাথে করব না আফটার দ্য লাঞ্চ না একসাথে
না দুটো আলাদা
দুটো আলাদা এটা লাঞ্চের আগেই এই প্যানেলটা হবে তাহলে আমি পুরো ডায়াস রেডি করে দিচ্ছি
ঠিক আছে
আপনি সুদীপ্ত পোরেল স্যার আছেন আপনি আছেন উনি আসেনি সিদ্ধার্থ দাস আছে এসকে মিত্র আছে তাহলে ওনার জায়গায় কি কাউকে তুলবো কে আসেননি এই যে আশিস কুমার চট্টোপাধ্যায়
ওনার জায়গায় উৎপল কুমার বিশ্বাস
আচ্ছা উৎপল
কুমার আমাদের ডিপার্টমেন্ট
হ্যাঁ ওনাকে তুলে দাও ঠিক আছে
একটু
So good afternoon, everyone. I, Shreya Banerjee, welcome you all in the thematic talk on IPR and innovation, present scenario of India and global perspective. So for this session, I welcome Dr. Yashwandeep Panwar, Scientist F, TIFAC, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, to present his thoughts over this topic. So please. So he will be joining us in the Zoom session.
Hi, good afternoon. I think we are running a little late, so I'm not sure how much time I should take, but just now I've spoken to Dr. Maua. She said we can really, so what I will do, I will just summarize what I wanted to speak on this IP system and then present position. And then I think I have heard a lot of deliberation and data about patent filing from different states, and those were shared, and whole S&T ecosystem. Dr. Devpriya Datta also explained very many relevant progress which has happened in India, and particularly in the state of West Bengal have been covered during. So what we are celebrating in Vigyan Utsav. So our scientific achievements and the patent and IPR are one of the S&T indicator. So I think I'll dwell on Indian system at this moment with regard to intellectual property rights and how we can harness further benefit out of intellectual property rights. So a lot of things have been spoken about GI by many speakers from the state of West Bengal. Yes, many times people consider those GIs as some kind of IP protection, which may have less involvement of S&T system or science and technology. But if we have an appropriate mechanism for quality assurance and end-to-end certification of original products, so a lot of S&T input can also go in to not only registration of geographical indication, but the further management of business of geographical indications. We had a discussion about how science can play a role. In Europe, a lot of GIs are there, like the aging of wine. So how can you measure exact thing? So how can science and technology can play a role in that? So there's a lot of S&T inputs can be there, like you have a Darjeeling tea, or if you have a special West Bengal Rasgulla. So if you have GI on those items, so if you have to ascertain quality, can science and technology create such a mechanism to identify that these goods are the original product and certified product? So the inspection mechanism is inbuilt. So other than IPR, I would like to share some of my slides to talk to you a little beyond IP, how we can share. So when we say the ecosystem of intellectual property rights in this country, not only involve patent filing scientists and who are doing research. If we talk about the ecosystem in totality, we need to actually understand IP laws in our country. So what kind of legal framework is available? Where are the IP offices, and which IP office is for citizen of West Bengal? So if we say there are 4 branches of most of the IP offices. Now copyright is also, but if we talk about plant variety protection, it is only in Delhi. If we talk about GI registry, it's only in Chennai. If we talk about patents for West Bengal, the patent office at Kolkata, in addition to that, there are 4 offices. See, as an user of IP system, how many facilitation schemes are there by central government and state government? So in addition to state government schemes, which were discussed in the morning, there's a scheme of patent DST's program, Patent Facilitating Program, under which PIC is set up and IP facilities through TIFAC, and PIC is provided to state scientists. But in addition to, there are schemes by Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology for reimbursement of 15 lakhs of rupees for foreign filing of ICT related patents. The scheme from MSME for IPR awareness building, the scheme from MSME for setting up of intellectual property facilitation centers at different institutions, which has a good budget of 60-70 lakhs of rupees per year. Then there's a scheme by SIPP, scheme by Patent Office itself, under which there are 400 patent facilitators registered, and the startup and all institution can avail that facility of reimbursement of patent cost. So that is done through a patent facilitator. So SIPP scheme can be utilized. Beyond SIPP scheme of patent offices, there's a scheme called Kapila from Ministry of Education. So not only one, there are a number of schemes which facilitates, reimburse, supports IP filing, patent filing in India. So we can choose if one scheme cannot handle the complete volume. So we can choose different schemes for different projects, different kind of output. Let's say if it's a startup going for ICT related, we can approach MITI. So with some institution patent, we want a reimbursement, we can use Kapila. If we want to file through facilitator, we can use SIPP scheme. If you want to do a complete assessment and patent to be filed in academic and government R&D institute's name, then you can use us, the PFC PIC network, for filing your patent. That will not cost you a penny for obtaining patents. So you have to choose appropriate schemes. And then IP ecosystem also actually implementation of different schemes and projects and handling intellectual property rights that need a policy instrument. So at the national level, there's a policy called National IPR Policy 2016, and then state level also in West Bengal, the Patent Information Center is working hard on IP related policy notification. And then I firmly believe that the Adamas University may have its own IPR policy, and different institutions will have different institutional level policies to handle integrate matters relating to IPR. If the IPR ecosystem will not be complete without IP experts. So IP experts also from both sides. One is who really need to understand the basics, which they can guide the creators or inventors where they should go, how they can file, what all things. There are experts at a higher level required who can draft your patent application, can do your patentability assessment. And then other side, you need an expert from patent office side who would be actually examining and granting your patent. So we have patent offices where examiners are there, the facilitation centers and IP cell who have a capability to do patentability assessment and filing process. We have attorney firms who can draft patent for us. So if they're not attorney firm, if registered patent agent is there who wants to practice, they can create their own business and become. So this 4 to 5 type of IP experts we have in our framework or in the ecosystem at a different positions as per the institutions or at the individual level. Then IP education is also another very important aspect. So if we have to create a real good expert, and good expert only will enhance the output of IP ecosystem, good experts. So right kind of a drafting, filing, in addition to having scientific capabilities. So the IP attorney we have already talked. So this is the ecosystem presently exists in our country. And see, generally we say patents, GI, we talk about, but there are other intellectual property rights. In academic institutions, we use copyright extensively for literary, artistic, cinematographic, engineering and software related creative work. But I am pained to state here that the industrial design is much less used intellectual property rights in our country. It has a higher potential. And I really would like to appraise about one of the scheme where I'm also a member in implementation committee of All India Council for Technical Education scheme called Idea Labs. So in the engineering institutions and the Idea Labs are set up where we provide three kind of facilities: the 3D printing, CNC routers, and PCB milling and electronics, basic equipment, etc., etc. So, and the 3D printing. So students can really work on state-of-art Fab Lab kind of a concept where they can design their products, they can test their hypothesis using those instruments. So enabling them to actually convert their ideas into some kind of a product. So that lab, a lot of designs can be generated. So if people from Idea Labs are there, they can use this IP to the next level. And there's a faster grant, easy to obtain, and a lot of market values. So there are other IP called new plant variety, trademarks, IC layout, trade secret, and geographical indication, which also need to be used. And with regard to all these IP, there are laws enacted in this country. We had earlier laws. I just saw these, not go into each one of them, but the understanding only IP system in India will not actually have a potential for harnessing full benefits of intellectual property rights, because all IPRs, patent, trademark, if they're filing and registering or getting grant in India, those are valid only in India. So if we need to get royalties from other part of the country and benefit our country from harnessing or accrue royalties and other benefit, monetary benefit out of, in addition to monetary, we can have a strategic benefits by holding intellectual property rights in other countries. So we need to have a mechanism to obtain intellectual property rights for our creative work in other countries. So at the government level, there are institutional arrangement, there are treaties for each of those intellectual property rights, and not only treaties that they will provide protection, but there is a mechanism of handling them at an international level in the form of international applications. And then there are international registrations, and then taking them to a national phase and national stage in different countries and getting that. So we are party to these important treaties called Paris Convention, which regard to industrial properties, the term which we used to use for excluding copyright, all other intellectual property rights called industrial property, and that those are governed by Paris Convention, where there are some rights of a priority that if we file in India a patent, and we can file within 12 months in the member country of Paris Convention, and our date of priority, which we have in India, would be intact. So our interests can be protected around the globe. So PCT is, there's a mechanism for filing international application, and then pre-grant assessment is possible. And then we can go into national phase in extended time from 12 months to 30 months or 31 months. So those are facilities available to us in India as an Indian citizen or Indian institutions to protect our intellectual property abroad. So I'll not go into other treaties because you can, I'm just indicating, and if need be, you can use those treaties to protect your other intellectual property rights through these treaties. I think we have discussed this IP offices mostly are with the Controller General of Patent, Trademark and Design. but plant variety authority is separate. The policies we have already discussed. IP experts, so the facilitating agencies also we discuss one by one. But this in the developing world, we need to modernize our patent office, and a lot of input have gone to it. We have abolished the intellectual property appellate board, which was last year. India is also, if you're filing patent abroad, India is recognized international searching authority, means Indian patent offices are recognized by International Bureau, WIPO International Bureau, for PCT application purposes as international searching authority. So we don't have to spend money in dollars to file international application. We can file this international application with Indian Patent Office. If we select Indian Patent Office as the international searching authority, we don't have to pay very high cost of protection, because if we choose European Patent Office as an international searching authority, we may have to pay 2,300 plus euros, whereas which will be amounting to more than 2 lakhs of rupees for only such international search reports. But if we choose Indian Patent Office, it's a flat 10,000 rupees. So we have made a point that if we are filing an international application, we'll always choose Indian Patent Office as an international searching authority. If your IP involves biological material, then we have to take permission from Biodiversity Authority for obtaining intellectual property rights on our inventions. There is earlier we used to say in Indian IP ecosystem that patent grant used to take 10 years, 5 years, 7 years, 12 years, with the patent term of 20 years. But now things have speeded up. Now average time have been reduced for the final decision of the patent office to 58 months, and the fastest are granted in 113 days, 98 days after filing request for examination and publication and filing a request for examination. So those cases are also there in our patent and IPR ecosystem. So this, I think Maua and other people have already talked. So these are the few data with regard to other IPRs which I can share in addition to patent. I think I will close my talk here and celebrate with you all the kind of IP we have with us in our country. And then in this celebration, I would like to share the very proud moment that most of the time we used to say that patent filed in India are by the foreign entities. And two figures I would like to quote for this celebration of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, that in the first time in 2016, we overtook US applicants in filing patents in India. So we were, till 2016, we were second to US, or in some earlier years, far below other countries also filing Indian patents. But in 2016, we overtook US and we became #1 country to file patents in India. At least that was a landmark achieved. But now in 2021-22, in the last quarter, the first time we have become the largest filer in India, adding all other countries. So patent by Indian, patent by foreigners. So not only by one country, but we have overtook cumulative patent filing by all other countries in India. So we have more than 50% patents filed by Indians, so which we used to be at 13%, 17%, 23%, like that. So this is a real moment for celebration in the year of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So with this, I conclude here. If there are questions, I can take.
Thank you, sir, for joining us today. So, as we are running short of time, so we expect you to be with us in some other day at our campus itself. And it was lovely hearing you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, bye.
So I request all the participants to kindly attend the session for the entire day. After that only you will be receiving the certificate within 1 week. So now we will be proceeding further and we will be having a panel discussion on way forward for IPR innovation and entrepreneurship development, Government of West Bengal, and will have interactions with universities and colleges. So for this panel discussion, I request the presence of Mr. Sudipto Poril, Joint Secretary, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, and Managing Director, West Bengal Biotechnology Department Development Corporation, Professor Siddhartha Das, Managing Director, STEP, Professor in Charge, Incubation and Entrepreneurship, SRIC, Professor Metallurgical and Materials Engineering, IIT Kharagpur, Professor Dipankar Das, Principal Scientific Officer, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, Professor Sushil Kumar Mitra, Ex-Deputy Controller of Patent, Government of India, Dr. Utpal Kumar Biswas, Senior Scientist, Department of Science and Technology, Government of West Bengal, and Nodal Officer, Patent Information Center, West Bengal State Council of Science and Technology, Professor Rajiv Bandyopadhyay, Professor, Department of Instrumentation and Electronics Engineering, Jadavpur University, and I request Dr. Mohua Hom Chaudhary to moderate the entire session.
Thank you. I hope we are running by the time. So the main theme of this session is to IPR innovation and entrepreneurship development. So chairman is there. So we would like to hear from every expert for 5 minutes and discussion for 10 to 15 minutes. And before that, we want to felicitate our panelists and resource person. And I would like to request Dr. Shah to arrange for the felicitation.
So I request Mr. Sudipto Poril to felicitate Dr. Utpal Kumar Biswas, Senior Scientist, Department of Science and Technology, Government of West Bengal, and Nodal Officer, Patent Information Center, West Bengal State Council of Science and Technology. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Siddhartha Das, Managing Director, STEP, Professor in Charge, Incubation and Entrepreneurship, SRIC, Professor Metallurgical and Material Engineering, IIT Kharagpur, to come up for the felicitation. And now I request Professor Mohua Hom Chaudhary, Scientist C, West Bengal State Council of State and Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, to felicitate Professor Sushil Kumar Mitra, Ex-Deputy Controller of Patent, Government of India. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Rajiv Bandyopadhyay, Professor, Department of Instrumentation and Electronics Engineering, Jadavpur University, to please come up for felicitation. Thank you. Now I request Dr. Dipankar Das, Principal Scientific Officer, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal, to please come up for felicitation. Thank you for doing the honor. Now I request Dr. Mohua Hom Chaudhary to please give the dokra to all the dignitaries. Thank you, ma'am. So now I request you to kindly manage the entire session. Thank you, ma'am.
During previous session, we have a encouraging news that India is filing more rather than other countries in the latest report, 2021 and 22. So with this positive news, we are moving forward to file more and more IP and synergize these activities. I think before starting this workshop, we have organized one group, WhatsApp group, where all the innovation councils and startup innovators are there. I will request to continue this group, and whatever problems you are facing in filing patents and innovation ecosystem, you can put there. With all these things, we can manage it and we can improve more and more IPR filing. So we can start with our Professor Dr. S.K. Mitro, ex-Deputy Controller, to elucidate on the theme of this particular session, and our chairperson, Sudipto Porel sir, to coordinate this session for this Professor Mitro will deliver on the present system, IPR ecosystem, and I will request, as we are time by running time, so we request all the resource person to be confined to your lecture within 5 minutes, and afterwards we will have a good discussions with all innovation councils.
Actually, the representative from innovation councils and universities, they are present here. I would request you to make a write-up or short paragraph about your views and concerns and the way forward, so that accordingly we can devise our state policy and we can also act accordingly. So it is better to hear from you also. We can share our experience, but it is better to know from you. So we'll speak, but it is better to know from you also. So accordingly, I request you to write a few lines for us.
So, sir, we may start with Professor S.K. Mitro for this session.
Good afternoon, all my distinguished personalities, friends, colleagues, and my students are sitting before me who are appearing and qualifying the patronage exams in this year, and my startup friends, and all the participants sitting here, and other distinguished professors. See, actually, in my experience, what I have achieved in the last 20-25 years in service and after taking into platform of academy in different institutions as an IT resource persons, I have felt that innovations we are doing, but whenever we are thinking for a product or a process for patenting or creation of IPR, then it creates a lot of problem. Why? Because our orientation of research should be determined at the very beginning and conducting good search. Because you don't know after doing certain work, if you take into consideration for protecting your right, then you find that already someone has done it, or someone has filed a patent applications on that. Then your whole time, money, skill that you have put in your research has didn't obtain any gain at the end of the day, say after 4 or 5 years of innovations in that work. So I believe to start with, or always you have to conduct search, and that search is available from our database and global database, and some expertise are there in West Bengal Council of Science and Technology also can help to conduct search before starting any project. And also the market survey, that is also very important, because after creation of IP and protections through IPR, what you will do? You have to sell the product in the market. Ultimately, you have to create a business environment with your products so that customers can inspire to buy your product. That may be patented technology, that may be a design, that may be a copyright, whatever it is, plant varieties or whatever it is. So you have to conduct a market survey before undertaking the project. Then it will be easy for you after creations and filing in the IP office for protections. You can have a good customer to whom you can go for license agreement for marketing the product. Ultimately, your object is to sell and earn profit. Then economic aspects of intellectual property right will be satisfied. You need, it is a slogan, the IP for society. In a last interview with Professor Vivekananda, Vice Chancellor of Hidayatullah National Law University, with our present Controller General, the Controller General, Professor Pandit, has said that IP for society, it is not IP for innovators only, because your IP will be used by the society. So you have to understand the need of the society first. If you don't understand the need of the society, then your innovation has no value in life, has no value in the society. And also, the ex-Director General of CSIR, Professor Maselkar, has said in a meeting in Sydney that why 2% of CSR, that is the corporate social responsibility of the private company, will be used for innovations. It is not that 2% of CSR will be used for buying chairs, tables, or books for the institutes or some educational institute. That amount should be used for creation of innovations, and that innovations will be taken by the society. And today, you just think about our mobile technology. We just think about our other intelligent IoT technology. All are coming through the process of certain innovations and funded by some private companies from the CSR fund. And it is the practice in the European world that 2% of the CSR, 3% of CSR, or 4% of CSR used for innovation purpose, so that society can get the benefit of the fruits of the innovations can be taken, can be enjoyed by the society. So my advice is here that you being an innovator, your idea should be clear. That I want to produce the product, and this product has the market potentiality, and we have the purchaser, and the target purchaser, not the random purchaser. So target purchasers we have, and we can do these innovations and produce the product, protect the product through the links of IP. It is not by only technology, it should be protected by patent, designs, trademark, and copyright. And also I want to mention that the GEM portal, I think you may be aware about the government e-marketing portal. And that in government e-marketing portal, it is very essential to show that company who will be participating in GEM portal that should have some IP and IPR. Otherwise, you cannot participate. So it is a huge deal for the company who are participating in GEM portal for supplying any products to the government departments also. So I believe this is the time to think over these issues, not only by the small innovators, even the micro, small, medium enterprise, any industry, any scientist should take part and should involve for creation, production, and commercialization of the product. Then the part of the profit, when you can reinvest in the research, then fresh technology will be developed, fresh IP will be developed, and in that way, industry will get the new technology in time to time, because innovation is not static in nature, it is dynamic in nature. So, so today's requirements may be changed in tomorrow, so that continuous research and innovation is required, and that only is possible through a patent system, through IP system, so that all can get the benefit out of that. Thank you. Thank you. Already I have finished my speech.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. Now, sir, we may move to Professor Siddhartha Das regarding his comments on the theme.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I shall take less than 5 minutes of my sanctioned time. Institute Innovation Council, IIC, is written first. So innovation is the key word there. But what do we innovate? You see, whatever research we do in the postgraduate level, either it is fundamental or maybe applied. UG level, some places people do research, but every UG program now has an IIC program. So two things, IPR, everything we talk about everywhere, from daily newspaper to TV news, everywhere you see that. Or all social, your sites, networking sites. First of all, you're asking for patent or any other IPR, two things should be there, novelty and commercial potential. Otherwise, you will not be having a patent or anything. The first and most important mistakes academicians and including students make, that they do not think about their novelty aspect of the product or service, something they are design, they are developing. That's the most important thing. And it should be some form of commercial application it should have, that we must keep in mind. The very first mistake we do, we publish our paper. And then later on come to the IPR officer or sales and tell I want to file for a patent or copyright. And another thing we don't do it, nowadays we write everywhere in the computer or tablet, but we don't have a hardbound notebook. This is a small pocket book, where in daily ledger form you have to enter and sign and put a date. Otherwise anybody can challenge your innovation. We do not keep a logbook. So anybody challenges, you cannot prove that this is your original idea. I must admit that even until a couple of years ago, I did not know how good and how useful our IPR cell of DST-BT is. Honestly, I thought it's just like another cell by a nameplate on a door, and routinely they do it. And I know Dr. Hom Chaudhary, her seniors, her colleagues, her juniors, they work so hard and do a remarkable job. I salute every one of them in that office. It is totally unheard of their quality of the work and the speed they do it. Now they are reaching out to all of you. Now my request to all of you is that please learn the basic of protecting your research, your findings, your thoughts and ideas, so that you can translate into IPR. And all colleges through IIC, you also hear about startups, innovation, entrepreneurship, all these things. This is not a hobby. Startup is not a hobby. It's a realistic thing. You have to meet all government compliances. It's a business. You have to pay taxes, meet all rules and regulations, everything. And initially, you have to contribute all your savings, which is called bootstrapping, to start your company. Nobody is going to give you a startup grant. When I am totally dead against giving you grant, with that money you will start your business. You start with your whatever you have, your parents, friends, relatives, collect from there, you start, then government and other agencies will give you grant. But when venture capitalists come or angel investors come, different stages, first thing they ask, what is the valuation of the company? They will give you n quantum of money, and they want m quantum of equity shares out of your company. So they do a valuation of the company. Unfortunately, in India, all startups, incubation cells, wherever you see, hardly people talk about IPR valuation. You go to Japan, Korea, South Korea, of course, Taiwan, these countries, you will see the companies, including all MSMEs, their major portion of the valuation of the company is their IPR value. And I will not take any more time of yours, but I want to say that for any venture, IPR is the most important thing. Continuously, you must do R&D and file for new patents, copyrights, and others, so the valuation of your company will increase. And I thank the DSTBT Patent Cell to give me this opportunity to come and address you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So now I would like to request Professor Rajiv Bandyopadhyay to say something on this IPR innovation ecosystem.
Thank you, Dr. Om Jyoti, for inviting us here in this forum, in this Vigyan Utsav program. This is for the after 75 years of independence, we are organizing this event, and this is really the right time to organize this type of events to have more awareness on IPR and other issues. Now, I'm from Jadavpur University, and we have been doing some this thing on innovation and IPR and all other issues. We have some already laid down setups. One major advantage for our university is that we had a very good consultancy cell before independence. We have a very strong industry institute partnership cell, and we have some laid down rules also. That is very much needed for any institution. So those who are coming from different institutes as IIC, as the head of IIC, you should have the definite laid down rules. For example, in our university, we have we know how much share, if I can sell a patent, how much share I will get. So these type of rules are very much needed for any institute. And not only for the teachers, for the students also, we have some laid down rules. Although there are some different problems we are facing, particularly for filing of the patents, because of our, I was discussing with the others here in the panel that our law cell and the legal cell, they have some bindings and other things. And there are some ways to come out from that. And for that, we are getting a lot of help from this West Bengal Council of the DST Council. In fact, I personally can tell you that I have filed more than 2 patents with them, and they are in the process. They are, you people can definitely take the help from them. And we have invited them in many occasions in our university to create awareness, because in my opinion, in all other universities, particularly in this state, the awareness is still not that good. We also, I'm at present the president of IIC at Jadavpur University, but honestly speaking, I also do not understand all these things, nitty-gritties and the legal issues and all that. We are learning day by day. But this is the right time for India, for our state to come up, because see, I tell you one story. My friend in my engineering student, he is now a professor at UT Austin. He told me at least 20 years back that the economy of this Austin is totally was changed mainly because of this innovations taken by this innovation activities taken by this university. So we have passed 75 years of independence in our country, and this is the right time. And what I can see at the present moment, that earlier it was not there. The central government as well as the state government, particularly West Bengal and DST, they have organized so many events, and these IAS officers, Mr. Sinha and Mr. Agarwal, they take keen interest in these innovations. So this is the opportune moment for all of us. We have the talent. We have proved in many aspects, so many Nobel laureates are from this state. So we should take that advantage of our intellect, and let us have a good beginning in this study. We'll collaborate with each other, and it's a very good step that Dr. Om Jyoti has made this WhatsApp group. So we'll interact and we'll try to clarify all our doubts and other things. Okay, so I think we do not have much time. We're all, running late, and the lunch is waiting for us. So thank you very much for coming here, and let us have a good day. Okay, thank you, Dr. Homachil.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, sir, for your enlightening lecture. Now, I would like to request Engineer Dipankar Das, Principal Scientific Officer of Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, comment on this particular topic.
Good afternoon, everybody. On behalf of Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, we have one autonomous body, West Bengal State Council of Science and Technology. We have heard till now that for the last 25 years, the Patent Information Center under this council, which has been supported constantly by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, is pursuing lots of initiatives and activities on various facets of intellectual property rights. Be it patents, geographical indication, copyrights, trademarks, in all aspects. We have already listened to the various speakers how this Patent Information Center has progressed so far. Now, the department through the council is in the process of advancing these activities, these IPR activities, for better awareness amongst the masses and researchers as well as students and other faculties. These initiatives are being undertaken. Towards that end, our department has recently strengthened various district setup. District Science and Technology committees have been reconstituted, and also at the micro level, subdivisional, municipal committees, block level committees have also been set up. Through these setups, our department is considering to provide the fruits of science and technology up to the lowest ranks of the society. Now, our department has one novel scheme, R&D, which you have heard from Professor Siddhartha Das and from almost all speakers, that research and development contributes to generate IPR activities. Our department for the last more than 25 years or so, it is supporting various R&D programs which are implemented through universities, colleges, and research institutes. This year also, we have invited through newspaper advertisements seeking R&D proposals from the researchers. And this year, we have, I must want to mention here that since the IP, intellectual property, which is the activities, which are the activities of our brain and minds, we have already know of these things. Towards that end, our department has opened up this R&D program to be supported not only for government institutes or government universities. From this year, 2022-23, we have opened this for the private universities and institutes, as well as for also grassroots innovators. Only thing, the grassroots innovator has to be linked to some research institute so that we can provide fund to them. So, through these R&D activities, we are expecting that more number of technologies will be developed, which may benefit the society at large and also the industries. Till now, we are having 500 ongoing research and development projects in our department, and one more thing we have added that since intellectual property or innovation, which we are talking about today, only needs and problems. If we have needs and if we have problems, those things only give us the boost to innovate something new, some novel thing generates through those things. So considering that aspect, from this year, we have what we have done, our Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, we have increased the number of subject areas for research from the existing 13 to 18 subject areas, and we are providing the researchers to wander over their research area over some identified problems. We are also inviting the researchers and potential investigators so that they can identify and list the problems of the society and also industry on which the researchers and students can think of how the solutions can be generated over those problems. And we are thinking, and through that, towards that end, we have uploaded these problems in our departmental portal, vigyansathi.in. Since we are organizing this program today in Adamas University, I take this opportunity to mention that our department has one static website, dstvt.bangla.gov.in, and two departmental portals, vigyansathi.in and vigyanchetana.in. Through vigyansathi.in, you are requested to send your project proposals on R&D so that we can support those projects for the benefit of the society as well as for the industries. So I must thank the organizers at Adamas University and our Patent Information Center for giving the participants an opportunity to think over this issue and for generation and creation of awareness on IPR activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request Engineer Vigyan Utsav, Senior Scientist of Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, to elaborate on the issue.
Good afternoon to everyone. Today's discussion is way forward to intellectual property right, technology transfer, and etc. Firstly, I want to tell that we have to build up an ecosystem of intellectual property right. In this regard, I have to say some words, and I have to back few years back. In the year 1997-98, this Patent Information Center was created through TIFA Government of TIFA Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. With my discussion, you can correlate what actually I want to say. First, when this Patent Information Center was established, and till date, basically myself is associated directly or indirectly with this Patent Information Center. First, when this Patent Information Center started, and I can remember that we have started with the few sensitization program, that means awareness program, workshop in different institutions, different institutions, different departments of government of West Bengal. Next, that time we have started with patent searching and very few patent filing. Next, our department expands, Patent Information Center expands, and we started patent filing with the help of the TIFAC, Government of India, and other institutions of Government of West Bengal. Next, gradually, we come in the year 2006 or 2007, and I can say one thing that from 2004 to 2016, I was the nodal officer of this Patent Information Center. At that time, Mohammed was also at that time there, and we started from 2006 to 2000. From 2006 to 2007, we started GI filing, and today our Joint Secretary, Mr. Sujipta Paul, told that first our GI filing was 3 varieties of Malda mango, that is the Himsagar, that is called Khirshapati, Laxman Bhog, and Fajri. We started. Next, we gradually increased the GI filing, and we go for textile and textile sweets and other textile sweets and rice varieties in government of in the state of West Bengal. Next, we gave emphasis for research and development program. What happens from the outcome of this of those research and development program? We have filed patent, so many filed, we have patent. Next, we give concentration on the grassroots level innovators. And from grassroots level innovators, we have got so many good ideas for intellectual property right protection. And we have already filed so many patent application and as well as IPR activities. That my request to you that we have achieved it very gradually. It was not built up in one day. So the faculties or researchers from the different university and institutions, those who have come here today, I will request them, please create in your institute one IPR cell. And our earlier experts told that we are now lagging with the patent filing, GI filing, etc. If we can develop IPR cell in a different institutions, premier institutions, and they can support it to the surrounding institutions, I think it will build up a very good ecosystem of intellectual property right. And by this way, we can move forward for more and more protection of intellectual property rights and patent filing, either in GI filing, whatever you say. So, being a scientist of this department, and this is my request to you. And if I will not go for any technical discussion, already technical discussion or Dr. Dash or Dr. S.K. Mitra have already told. Next course of action, what will be happening. And if you think with this formation of the IPR cell, you are having any difficulties or you are having any difficulties in this regard, you can obviously take the help of our Patent Information Center. We are having all type of facilities. And lastly, I would say that in the year 2020, we have built up a TDSC Center, Technology Development and Adaptation Center. And there, where we are going, it has been already tied up with the IIM Kolkata. If your product or if your any invention is viable for commercialization, you can come to our center and you can take this on. So I think could tie up with this Patent Information Center and with the different institutions of government of in West Bengal, it is utmost necessary to build up a ecosystem of intellectual property right in which we can go for more and more protection of intellectual property rights. That's all.
Thank you. Probably we have covered all the speakers.
Yes.
And now I would request anyone can contribute to the discussion. Yes, very short. Thank you.
Yes.
So, first of all, I congratulate the organizers for organizing such a program, because of the fact that, if I quote Charles Dickens, it is the worst of the time, it is the best of the time. The last few years, you know, everything has been disrupted. And we are into the fourth industrial revolution. And if you talk about the pace of what is being innovated, it is going in a logarithmic phase. So there is no complacency, my dear ladies and gentlemen. If you have really have registered 200 patents, it should be 2,000 in the coming year. So if that is the pace of the world, then we need to do it like that. I am representing an university which is not Bengal University. So therefore, when we look about the innovation of something, we need to capitalize on the resource what we have. So there are three important resources. If we just cross Ganga after Farakka, there are three important things. The forest. From the 19th century, we have just developed one important development. Felling of the trees with the electrical saw, that's all. But this wood, it requires, this industry requires innovation. The innovation that will bridge up a modern forest management system, use of AI, use of remote sensing technology for the forest management is very important thing. You think about all the byproducts, think about WPS, and all the small bits of the woods can be converted. So bring in new technology there. You have a huge resource of tea, but we require power teas, right? So it is not only the tea that the beverage that we take, and which is the second most important beverage throughout the world after water. It requires, you know, with new knowledge, when you talk about the gut microbiome, when you talk about all the developments, as I said, that all these disciplines have already merged. This is the age of convergence. Physics, biology, engineering, they have all converged. So new set of ideas is required. We talk about Malda's mango. We need to innovate mango wine, because you have to store the pulp and use it for a new product. You think about, you go towards Siliguri, there is a pineapple zone in Bidhannagar. Tons and tons of pineapples produced. But interestingly, the pineapple being consumed by the people is only constitutes the 50% are waste. And from that waste, you can churn out gold. You can add value to it. So with this, three important areas. So it will be my suggestion to the department, focus your research on the areas, bring out products on that. Ask projects for innovating something out of wood, something out of tea. Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to say something.
Yeah, please.
It's a facilitation center, the cell is.
Yeah.
So you said really nice things. So
Thank
I
you.
hope in the next year meeting, You will see few innovations came from your university, because you should be the flag bearer of this technology, not the department.
No, I understand.
They do
That's
not
why,
do research, they facilitate research.
Sure,
So hopefully North Bengal University will do this.
Apply for this research project, and that outcome of that research project will be patented. And whatever problem you have mentioned,
Yeah.
so you can apply as our principal scientific officer and our senior scientist already mentioned. The department has good facilities for research and development.
Correct.
Apply for R&D projects, and if you are having any problem for intellectual property rights, then you can
Yeah, sure.
to a department.
Yeah.
That's why I told you that just you have to build up a very good IPR cell in your university. I think one IPR cell already established.
But that is not functioning well. That has to be regained. That's why I am here, being nominated by the university to take these messages back and do something.
Because we want proposal either in the R&D project or in the form of intellectual properties. If you give up the proposal, then you can enrich. And our patent filing and other intellectual property filing will be more and more.
Correct.
Which we are lagging behind.
Correct.
Okay. Fine.
Thank you.
That's the request to all the
Yeah.
institutions of this in this West Bengal.
Even to bridge the gap between traditional technology and registered technology. One technology is shown outside this auditorium, where they have developed some AI-driven software through which they can characterize the product. And in our GI, the quality is the first word and quality is the last word. To check the full quality, this AI-driven software embedded with NMR spectroscopy, which is actually in the exhibition section, you can see that it may be a new era of bridging the gap of traditional technology and recent technology. Because traditional technology we have protected as GI, and the recent technology through AI, they have solved the problem to actually find out the quality of the GI product, like Malda mango. If we want to find out the original Malda mango, how to find out? They have the solution. You can see and check. So these are the innovative things, and our principal scientific officer will add something.
I want to mention one thing about professor from North Bengal University. This thing must be mentioned. For the last 5 years or so, I have already mentioned that for more than last 25 years, we were supporting research and development project proposals. And till now, as on date, we are having 500 ongoing projects, and more than 100 of such projects have already been completed. But this year, what we are seeing for the last 3 years, we have in the newspaper advertisement, we generally gave last date for submission of application, 45 days or 60 days or 30 days like that. But this year we have withdrawn that last date, and while withdrawing the last date, we are finding that on 19th June we have published the newspaper advertisement. But this is today is 25th August. More than 2 months have passed. Only 40 projects have been received. There is I don't know what researchers are thinking. I have already mentioned that there were 13 subject areas or disciplines up to last year. This year, 5 subject areas have been added, and one subject area I must mention that is traditional and indigenous technology. Another 5 more have been added. One is traditional and indigenous technology. Another is artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, and other ICTs. Another is material science and nanotechnology. And Ayush and medicinal plants have also been added to this fold. So we are expecting more project proposals from the universities and research institutes. But we are seeing that since we have withdrawn the last date, most probably the researchers or professors or scientists are thinking that they have lots of time for formulating the project proposal, and they will submit. I don't know. So considering that aspect, we inside the department are thinking whether we should give a last date or so. And we have initially taken some decision towards that, but that should be formalized to our principal secretary and to our honorable minister. And if they gave not to that, so we will definitely give the last date.
what we are mentioning that this IPR activities is nothing but the fruits of brainwork and minds. So that will come through research work through formal arrangements of universities, research institutes, colleges, and academic institutes. But this year we have also opened these activities for the grassroots level innovators, any kind of individual who have that idea that he can come up with a solution to some problems. You get the R&D guidelines in our departmental portal, digyan.sathi.in, and you will get the overall idea. And I will request once again to please submit the proposals.
Just 1 minute.
Sir, I have a question. We may discuss this after lunch, actually. Only one question.
No, this is a relevant one, sir. Just 1 minute.
This is a question for you, is that you are asking about the project which is given, which is being asked by you for all the universities. Now, if I may ask you, is that not only patent, the IPR consists of trade secret, consists of copyright, consists of GI tag. Now, those who are working on this, can they give these projects to you?
Yes.
Yes. Because you are selecting, you are giving some 15 or 20 subjects.
You can see that there is one economics management, and this kind of subject area is there.
Yes.
And if you anybody can give any kind of project proposal, that will also be considered, provided some novelty or merit is there, that will be considered. It can come under the interdisciplinary subject. Most probably, you are all aware of the Science and Technology Congress of our West Bengal police.
Yes.
In that Science and Technology Congress, there are 12 or 13 subject areas, where IPR activities, IPR is one of the subject areas. Though we have not included that in our R&D subject.
Yes.
So we go only 1 minute. Yes. Just 1 minute. So a very important thing, Ma'am already told there is no time. See, it's a Zomato Swiggy effect. What is happening is a lot of engineering students nowadays are developing apps and softwares. We all know softwares can't be patented. What happens? It has to be embedded in a hardware. Now, what is happening is Microsoft Windows gets copied and pirated. Ultimately, they are big and they can safeguard themselves. But what is happening to the small kids in VIT University, where I came from just a few days back? We have this problem. So I want to ask the experts here, what's there to protect these kids, work on app development, and finally can do it. Sir, if you can brief to us.
Regularly, we are handling this type of cases. Whenever application software is coming to us, we just tell them the application software is not patentable. So you modulate some new things so that it can be only active in hardware system. Likewise, just
it's not possible always.
So if
now what is happening is one Swiggy comes, another Zomato comes.
No, so then it will be protected under copyright.
So copyright is a very feeble protection. See, this is another technology which has come up. If I develop a new television screen, I know that technology has gone into it and I require for protecting. But a software requires a different type of look at. See, US patent, they are rethinking. What can be done?
In the US, it is patentable. But here in the source code, if you can provide source code and details, that copyright registration only 2 to 3 months is required. And nowadays, consumer forum is very much active. So we are protecting this regularly. I mean, even just now, I am giving the example of that registered technology, like we have registered many GLs. But the problem is that supply chain and quality control mechanism, those who have registered authorized user, whether they are preparing the authentic products or not, we do not know. So we can check it through AI and machine learning process. Some of this type of technology has been patented by our department, our PIC, facilitated there from Professor Rajiv Bandyopadhyay. That is outside in our exhibition. So it bridges the gap between traditional technology and modern technology. Because we have to protect the registered GIs.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Hello, just for your information, I am telling today, very recently, Honorable Judge of Delhi High Court has passed an order that the program software also can be patented, and that should not be means under section 3K of the act. Okay, but you know very well that the software cannot show any technical function without the use of hardware. So you are to claim in such a way that you are claiming a system, not a product. So if whenever you are claiming a system, incorporating that algorithms in that system, having the technical output which is novel in nature and passes the test of inventive state, that should be patentable. It is a very recent decision of the Kolkata High Court, Delhi High Court, given by Honorable
We can take advantage of that. Recently, Biotech, BCIL, that they have developed some software and they are selling it worldwide that have been patented. Using the same means he has explained. You can also do that.
No, the claim drafting is very important. Sir, whatever sir has
Honorable
suggested.
Judge Pratibha Singh has passed the order very recently in Delhi High Court.
Yes, it was in process.
And based on that, and because the order
Rules will be changed.
Controller has granted the patent.
So we are closing this session. So any suggestion from the audience, we are waiting for that. That will be collected in written form, and that will be collected in the next session. And we will again consider that. I would like to thank our distinguished faculty members, panelists. Esko Mitra overall explained the entire national scenario and our scope and opportunities. And also then Professor Das rightly pointed out some relevant issues like the IPR valuation in case of equity, etc. That is not being done in India. That is required to have some commercial value of IPR. That should be thought of by the all commercial bodies, trade organizations, chamber of commerce, and obviously that academic and industrial tie-up we are professing, that should be placed soundly. I think that problem will be solved only after that. And novelty is also a very important factor because we are publishing a paper and after that we are going for patenting, and that will not be obviously granted. So any innovation council, any university, they can approach us for novelty search. That is our assigned task. We will help in that aspect, and obviously we are forming a group. Any problem, any issue that can be raised in that platform, and accordingly we will act. So that is a good suggestion, and that is well accepted, and that will be continued. That common forum that is being formed, that will continue. Not the Innovations Council present here. Also, we will include any Innovations Council left out. And Rajiv Bandyopadhyay sir rightly pointed out the need for collaborations that I have just mentioned. And Dipankar Babu already told that we have decentralized the entire mechanism down to district level. Districts are also trying to make a rapport with the district level Innovations Council, colleges and universities. So that will happen. And Utpal Babu rightly pointed out our history. So I would like to thank all. And after the session, if we collect some valuable suggestion, we will again deliberate upon the issue. And anything new that will be incorporated in our future plan of action. Thank you very much.
Sir, after lunch in the next session, it will continue as technology transfer and innovation incentive policy.
Yes, so thank you very much for this wonderful session. And I request everyone to join us after half an hour after having the lunch. So kindly please check the food coupon in your kit and move to the canteen accordingly. Thank you. Dr. Mohua Hom Chaudhary, Scientist C, West Bengal State Council of Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal. Mr. Sudipto Porel, Joint Secretary, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology. Before we start the session, I request Dr. Saptoshi Chatterjee to felicitate Mr. Dr. Sudipto Bhattacharya, Professor and Dean, Management Studies, Supreme Knowledge Foundation, Hooghly, West Bengal. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Mohua Hom Chaudhary to felicitate Ms. Namami Ghosh, Head Portfolio Management, Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta Innovation Park. Thank you, ma'am. So from now, Dr. Saptoshi Chatterjee will be. Okay, before proceeding, I request Dr. Mohua Hom Chaudhary to please hand over the dhokras to the guests.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. I welcome the panelists for today's discussion. The theme that has been decided for the discussion is incentive policy and technology transfer. So when someone gets an IPR or gets a patent or any of these intellectual property through legal aid they secure, it is not the end. Securing the intellectual property is important, but we also want to know from the panelists that how important is to transfer the technology for commercial benefit. And further to that, how incentivizing policy can be determined, especially in the higher education institutions, so that it's not only a research can be translated, products can be developed, IPR can be obtained, and most importantly, it can be commercialized into a business and the fruit can come to the society. So with this note, I would like the panelists to speak for a few minutes, everyone, and then we can go for a question answer or a discussion board. We would start from that.
Thank you very much. My name is Namami. I represent IIM Calcutta Innovation Park. IIM Calcutta Innovation Park is the incubation center under the aegis of IIM Calcutta, and we started our operations 8 years back in 2014 August. So being a part of IIM Calcutta, our strength is technology commercialization. We work with startups in different stages, mostly technology-enabled startups. This is a very heterogeneous lot, and their needs and challenges in different stages are also very different. We expect the government to come up with formulate with the policies to align with to facilitate so that they can facilitate the needs and challenges of all the startups in all the stages. So if I can take the liberty with our 8 years of experience, we have seen the startups innovators, they can be divided broadly into 4 groups. If we can just visualize a pyramid or a triangle at the base, I just cut the triangle or the pyramid in 4 through 3 horizontal lines in 4 pieces. At the bottom of the pyramid, we see the startups or the innovators. Mostly, I would say they are not even the startups or innovators. They are not the aware youth. So they do not have much idea what entrepreneurship is. So how do we motivate them? How do we tell them that, okay, you have an opportunity here, not to become a job seeker, but to become a job giver? Here, we need, the government, ourselves, we work a lot with the academia. And what we are trying to do in many places is to come up with a curriculum, a structured curriculum. But I think that the government's active policy intervention is required to make this happen in a big scale. And in many colleges and schools also, there are some tinkering labs. So the students in the colleges, universities should be given a chance to try their ideas out. And where do they do it? In the labs only available in the colleges and universities. So we also expect the state government to take some initiatives and come up with tinkering labs in the colleges and universities of West Bengal as well. Now, again, going back to the pyramid I was talking about, if we go to the second layer from the bottom, here we see the people, the youth who have tried something. Means they are innovators, they have ideas and have started building something, right? So somebody like a Shubhaman, he is an innovator with so many ideas, but where does it go? He might be having some patents also, an excellent innovator. I have seen his products and all, but what does he do after that? Can he start a business? Here again comes the role of the incubation centers, the entrepreneurship development cells in the schools, the colleges and universities primarily. So to build up this entrepreneurship development cells and incubation centers, this will be the second step to encourage the innovators. And definitely after college, right, well, there is so much of opportunity to earn. We also need to give them, these innovators, some fellowship stipend so that they are not losing out. To encourage them, okay, you try for a year or 2, and then sometimes 90% of the startups fail. It's statistics all over the world. So never mind if it fails, we also have we will be giving you a different employment opportunity, placement opportunity, but you at least try something. And also in this stage, there is a requirement for most of our entrepreneurs that we have seen that they need a lot of hand-holding with the patent filing and maybe patent, the subsidy will be also very helpful for them. So from IIM Calcutta Innovation Park, in the last 4 years, we have supported almost 50 entrepreneurs at this stage where they are trying to build up a prototype from their idea. And around 15 patents have already been filed by these innovators. Now again, I go back to, I'll take another 2 minutes. So now again, I go back to the pyramid. If we go to the third step from the bottom, here the startups, they have already developed the prototype. They might have also formed a private limited company. Now what? So this prototype has to be sold in the market as a product, right? Here, basically, our intervention comes. We help these startups to commercialize their product. And now, if these startups, the innovators, the entrepreneurs, or maybe already having a patent, right? Maybe with their professors. So what happens to that patent? For the product, definitely this patent needs to be now transferred to the company's name. So they also need some help, and maybe the IPR cell here will be able to help them. How do they do it? Because this is a big challenge we have seen for many of our startups. And at this point of time, they also need prototype grant or a seed fund so that they can go to the next level. So here also the intervention in the policy of the governments will be very, very crucial for the startup success. Again, in this stage, from IIM Calcutta Innovation Park's Calcutta office, we have supported 100+ startups, and patent-wise, there have been 12 patents granted in our startup's name. Now I move to the topmost tip of the pyramid. We call these startups in the growth stage, the scaling up. So at this stage, they have already found out that their products have a need in the market. They have some customers, they have started generating some revenue, but they now want to scale up. Maybe last month their revenue was 10 lakhs. At the end of 12 months, their revenue should be monthly 1 crore. How do they achieve it? So here, the venture fund is very, very crucial at this point of time, because the venture capitalists are the one who can come up with the funds which will be accelerating the growth of the startups. And many state governments are actively working with different VCs to catalyze the funding for the startups. So that is another policy intervention that is very much required, that we feel for the startup ecosystem to become highly visible in the national regime. And also in this stage, when the startup will grow, will scale up, right, they also need a market. So if there can be some policy intervention regarding the procurement of the products from the startups, from the government side, that will be very, very helpful from the startup, for the startups. Thank you.
Now we may request Dr. Sudipta Bhattacharya.
Good afternoon, and thank you, the organizers, for this opportunity. Since time is limited, I will divide my deliberation in two parts. One is the incentive policy, the other is the technology transfer policy. Now, I bring with me both the East and the South, because IIST Shibpur, we applied for Green Technology Business Incubator in 2010, and I was a part of that application process. But I had to leave for VIT University, Vellore, and there I was attached to the incubator as well as the accelerator, which took birth during my stay there. Now, coming back to the best practices and incentivization policies. So a teacher basically is to teach. A teacher who is a researcher is to research. Then what happens? A teacher who is a researcher is put into administration. So ultimately, where is the time to incubate? So incentivization is not always monetary. It has to be policy where the teacher finds breathing space in developing a startup along with his chosen students. Now, when this happens, the students also has to be incentivized. So their 75% attendance has to be waived. Okay, let's be very practical what I am talking about. Then those students who are in their third year, they have to register for placement. And what just now Namami ma'am told, they have to be given a deferred placement option. So you start your startup along with your teacher or along with your friends. 2 or 3 years you try. If you fail, you are into that Ivy League who will one day make it big. And ultimately what happens is, in the 6th year, there is no 6th year existing in a BTech program. But in the 6th year, a failed entrepreneur comes back to the campus, sir, I require a job. And you know the recruiters believe in them because they burned their hands and they took the plunge in making something of their own. And the companies pick them up. So those students are here listening to us. Please be assured that once you have failed, at least there will be a good job for you. Don't think that you will never get a job. But remember to get back to that entrepreneurial mode, right? Because we require more job givers, as Namami ma'am told. And particularly today in Bengal, when I stand here, incentivization policy comes from government, comes from these fantastic people out here who are helping us with patent. Sir is sitting here beside me, he told a lot of things. And when I started my startup, I was not given all this support system and handhold. Truly speaking, I am feeling very, very jealous about you people who are in this period of time when you get so much handholding. But ideally speaking, entrepreneur doesn't require so much handholding. They move on their own momentum of thoughts and actions. But when you get it, explore and exploit it. Because I was talking to Siddharth sir, he is from IIT Kharagpur STEP. He was telling me there are so many opportunities given and so much support system. Applicants are too less. Why? Why? Is there a proper answer that why today's youth are not trying to go into an entrepreneurial venture? I do understand that everybody becoming an engineer, doctor, and lawyer, who is going to be teachers? Similarly, everybody starts their own business. Everybody starts giving job. Who will do the job? True, I understand. But ultimately, those people who have it in you or who develops after working in the industry for some time has to be in that mode. Otherwise, naukari bante rahoge, naukri hi karte rahoge. So sorry, even I am also a person who is doing services, but we serve the society more than our masters, truly speaking. So coming back now to the technology transfer. So I was scribbling something in the previous panel discussion. A problem here sits besides me from Jadavpur University, though it's my alma mater. So we from private always wants private-public participation model. Will the public universities open up to private universities to collaborate on a particular patent? I'm telling you, people have a lot of inhibitions. And with a lot of sadness in my mind, I'm telling you. I'm not talking or pinpointing any universities, but truly speaking, a bright student from a private university along with his teacher goes to another public university to exploit a spectrography, or some fantastic instrument which is too costly, which might have been purchased by the taxpayers' money. But what happens is we don't get it at times, not always. If we get it, what will be the status of the patent which comes out of that research? So definitely it should be a collaborative patent, right? I was going through the document which this Bengal State Council of Science and Technology, DST and BT and Government of West Bengal, they have prepared. Ideally, any patent or anything which is IPR should be innovator-centric, not university-centric. I feel so. Because university gives you the infrastructure, even university might be giving you the money. But a lot of people can give that, no? Infrastructure and money. The idea and the innovative instinct and the creative juice flows from within an individual or a group of individuals, right? So what happens here? Nowadays, from one private university to another private university, people are moving. Right? There are so many IIMs and so many IITs, even people look for better opportunity in a better IIT, better IIM. What happens if he gets a patent or she gets a patent in his parent IIT or IIM? He moves to another place. Or in private, what happens? Say, I have discovered, I have got a patent for this bottle of water sitting in Adamas. Next year, I get an opportunity in VIT. I add some new features to this product. Right? Who enjoys that patent? Adamas plus VIT or Sudipto? Or everybody? These are few very sensitive issues. As a practitioner, I can tell you, leads to conflict of interests. Next, I have another thing. United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, 17 are there, right? Majority of the businesses of future should align to these sustainable development goals. Eliminating hunger, zero poverty, saving marine life, responsible consumption. So each one of these goals will be spinning off at least 10,000 businesses. Now, when the patent or any technology transfer is happening, particularly technology transfer, is there a regulatory compliance system which is aligning to that? Pollution control norms. Is it there? Can I start a polluting small startup? Obviously not. There will be some regulations. See, the thing is that process patent and product patent will be approved. But definitely in the long run, we will find that a lot of things will lose their momentum due to regulations. I am holding a patent, great. But what happens if the regulation changes? These are very sensitive issues. And since I have mentored few companies and board of some companies, I feel that these issues should be addressed on a public forum of thought leaders like this. It's very important. Now, the last thing, ultimately, if that is the innovator which is ruling the roost, that means who is the prime mover. Now, HR intervention and awareness, particularly when the innovator is trying to make the innovation, ideally the invention commercialized, what type of support system the state offers, along with that, his university offers or his research institute offers. Here also, each one of these institute has their own targets. I was listening to in the previous session that there are a lot of universities who are going for NIRF ranking. I hope everybody knows in this room what is this national, I think full form is institutional ranking yes, framework, right? So everybody is trying to be in the first 10 or first 15 because there is a governmental smell in it. You can't purchase everything out there. Okay, so when you are going for ranking, Jadavpur University has ranked very high. And citation per faculty is too good. But they are not funded that well, if I'm not wrong. And I being the alma mater of that, I know this, alumnus of that, I know this. So what happens is very important that the universities and institutes, their objective is different. Not only patents, there are other things. And publication, so when students out here, if you really want to do a patent, I think you know that how to write a paper. You have to do a lot of literature review and then find out the gaps of the research which has been conducted and try to formulate hypotheses and prove it or reject it and finally prove your point. So similarly, there has to be a tremendous amount of efforts given for literature search of patents. Otherwise, you will reinvent the wheel. You will do the same thing again and again. After 10 years of research work, you will find somebody somewhere has done it. Like we Indians are very, very, very unfortunate. We lost out to Markani, our Jagadish Chandra Bose. Otherwise, he would have got the patent. Anyway, these are my initial submissions. Saptoshi, over to you.
Thank you, sir. To move further, I request the panelists to add values to this. Then we'll come for a discussion session with the dignitaries of the day.
One point I should add regarding the point Dr. Bhattacharya mentioned about utilization of equipments lying in one public institute by from students or researchers of private institutes. For the last few months in our Department of Science and Technology, we were working on that particular area. There is a portal of Govt of India devised by Principal Scientific Advisor to the Prime Minister. One portal named iSTEM portal. I don't know whether everybody is aware of this. Indian Science, Technology and Engineering Facilities Map. By registering through that portal, any researcher or any student or any faculty, any institute can utilize the equipments of his requirements. If this is the one point I am adding, I kindly please go through that. If any difficulty is there, you can contact us or through directly to the Department of Science and Technology. And there is another person and other helping hands also.
What you told is a testing facility. I do accept and agree. It was there existing previously also. What I was talking is more about the IPR issues when two public, one private or one private and public, they collaborate. So what happens, I have seen that IIT Kanpur, when we tied up on a underwater drone technology, I was in a group of people where we are trying to find to save marine lives due to oil spillage in ocean. And we made underwater drone looking like a fish. And through IoT, we tried to make a screen so that the animals and the sea creatures won't come in that area because oxygen deficiency is there due to oil spillage. Now, when we tried to collaborate with some very good IITs, we understood that they want that we will give you funds, funding we will apply, and you please come and do the work here. My practical experience I am talking, what sir told, Dipankar sir, no? So what Dipankar sir told is perfectly right. Those are testing. I am talking about IPR issues. Okay, so I hope I am clear.
Can I add?
Yes, please do, please do. Please do.
Actually, the issue is that suppose one technology is developed in one university and the person going to the other university, that's the major issue you have pointed out, then he has done that modification in different university. This is the first issue you have pointed out. Then for filing, every university has some flexible option of filing in the name of faculty. However, the affiliation part, that means the address should be the university address. Suppose when the bottle has been developed, the total, it may be biodegradable plastic made of that bottle. So this technology is developed, suppose in Jadavpur University. Then suppose Professor A has developed it. So the patent should be in the name of A. However, the affiliation, the address should be university. Suppose the professor lived Jadavpur University and entered to the other university. Then he developed the modified.
Is the patent in the name of A or A plus the university?
No, there is in Jadavpur University, the system is like that. When I was researcher in Jadavpur University, university providers no objection, and I filed in my name, and it is in my name. And when I am going to the other university, I can explore it, but affiliation should be that in the name of university. So that when you work in that university, that should be recognized because you are using that all infrastructure of that particular university. So
two issues are there.
No, when you move.
One is inventor and
when you move, the applicant, when you move, then the applicant is you. So when the bottle was developed, the applicant was you. University address was only used during that application filing. There is two columns. First is applicant, second is address, then is inventor. So inventor column also you are there, and incentive policy comes there.
I tell you another thing, Mahua ma'am. See, higher educational institutes, they are definitely birthplace of research. But even in VIT, we understood that there are industries which has invested.
No,
and industries sometimes
please interrupt. Sorry for that.
Yes, yes.
But Moha madam said is very correct. Just 2 weeks back, we filed another patent. It was funding came from Prime Minister office, and 75% and 25% funding came from a participating industry. So when you file patent, I was the principal investigator. 3 of my students joined me also. One student got his PhD. Now he is working as a postdoc in Korea. So his name is there. And then industry sponsor, the MD's name is also there. But being filed on behalf of IIT Kharagpur. And what we always sign a contract with outside industry, if they are a partner, that you will get the first right without paying any fees to use that technology for your own business. But if you want to sell it to someone else, the third party, you have to take the consent of IIT Kharagpur, and whatever revenue will be generated or licensing fees, it will be shared 50-50 or 75-25, whatever the country. So in that way, so this is used all over India. All central government institutions are following it. It is quite routine, and I think it is quite fair. And what IIT does, whatever their portion of ironing, they take 50%, and remaining 50% are distributed among those who participated in filing that patent. I think
That
that
means inventor.
Yes.
There is after one column is for applicant, another column is for inventor. No, actually, I was pointing out the first issue. If one is transferring from one institute to other institute, so there is some university where flexibility is there. And the second point, sir has pointed out rightly that if it is the name of university, suppose, and you are there, then comes the incentive policy, which is also there in Jadavpur University and IIT Kharagpur. Definitely, it is there for 60-40 or 70-30 share of 70% share of the inventor and 30% for university. If it is the technology is transferred, SAD is there. Sir can highlight on this particular point. And even for IIT also, sir, we have taken consent from you that it was 60-40. 50-50. Yes.
Just another dimension. Please, all of you have really worked in this area. One problem also we faced in VIT is, whatever you told, I fully agree. But when that particular innovation goes into incubation with a startup, and the startup starts earning, okay? But it's a patented product which is earning now from the market.
No, then the question of
who is the applicant? Who is the applicant?
Applicant is a, say, VIT University, and 3 of the students are applicant. With
There
the teacher.
comes the incentive policy, no?
No, after that, there are other institutes which are collaborating with that. Funding agency is somebody else, right? See, World Bank funds, we know Asian Development Bank funds. Now my question is, whoever has given the money, after the incubation is done and the company graduates from the incubator and starts earning, what will happen? What will happen to the
let me
return?
tell you, most of this, almost 100%, research funding comes from the central government, one ministry or another one. Or if it is in Indian industry, at the beginning, it is clearly written how much ownership of that IPR will be belonging to the institute of that. That way they divide it. Very straightforward thing. They sign an agreement before they sign the contract.
And there should be some equity share will be there. When the startup is there, there should be in our council, that is 1% equity share we have framed in the TDSC policy, which I have sent. 1% equity share for the startup. That policy, in that policy I have written that whenever they are getting earned, then that should be shared with the incubation institute.
But another thing, what the theme of these things, how to commercialize this, licensing it.
That is a different issue. That licensing material, and Professor S.K. Mitra sir is there. He is also expert in the licensing agreement drafting and all this. And that is a completely legal issue. And that will be done by the IPR experts. Sir is there, sir. You can highlight it.
You are correct. Why I am telling you that? If some infringement occurs on your product, who will go to the court? Your professor, your institute, or your university? Tell me. Tell me. You are the scientist.
I didn't.
You are working here.
This happened.
You are IIT professor.
No, sir. If it is the name of the...
So this should be cleared first. Who will be the applicant? Not
Yes.
the inventor.
Yes,
You are just
yes, sir.
using the address of the institution.
Yes.
Address of the institution will not get the credit.
Yes.
Credit will go to the inventor.
Applicant.
For that, we have 2 columns in the form 1. Applicant and inventor.
Inventor.
Inventorship means the recognitions will be going to the
inventor also.
but not to the applicant because it is a legal entity.
Yes.
Okay. So now I have seen lot of IIT's applications. IIT applied for obtaining patent, not the professor. Now I don't know whether this policy is changing or not.
It's not. That's the thing I'm saying.
Sir, I have an
Applicant is always the IITs.
Yes.
And
then comes the
revenue
incentive
is
policy.
distributed between what? The next question
That is according to the IP policy of the institute.
Absolutely. And then my question is licensing. And one
Yes.
thing we have not discussed.
Yes.
Let me finish it. Till now, we have not discussed yet. That is patent or copyright infringement. We are not talking about industrial design and other thing. In India, we do not enforce our IPR right. This is a high time you must do. that enforcement of your IPR right. No IIT does that to the best of my knowledge.
Yes.
No other in the academic institution does it to the best of my knowledge.
Yes.
But it is a high time that we must fight for our infringement of our IPR right.
Correct. And for that, it will be better if the applicant be the institute.
And I will give you a classical example, which is a fact, like lithium-ion battery, everybody using from mobile to laptop. The main important component of that, an anode made out of graphite. One late Dr. Somar Basu invented it in Bell Lab, and they filed the patent. He was in Bell Lab then. And then Sony Corporation, along with few other, including Toshiba, were making a slight different variation of that battery. And there was a huge court case in New York City court, and the case lasted for a few years. Eventually, the Bell Lab won the case. And this gentleman, as a part of, he was the inventor, so part of the Bell Lab's earning and the court proceedings and all this, he got benefited by few $1 million also. So we do not fight for our patent infringement.
That means that it is very clear. First question, just I am asking madam, where the primary condition for startup that your product will be innovative. If you don't create any innovative product, then it will not come under the definition of startup.
Yes, yes.
So intellectual property does not mean that only patent.
Right.
I have any one of the intellectual properties.
Right.
I can keep my technology as state secret.
Yes.
That is also intellectual property. Through confidential agreement or non-disclosure agreement, I can sell the product in the market. So if I have any one of the intellectual property rights as state secret, what is the best option for the startup, whether they will go for it by state secret or by patent? Please answer.
They will go by trade secret.
Correct. Because without state secret, you cannot produce the product only with the help of the patent. The patent specification is drafted so intelligently that key feature of the invention to make the product is not disclosing the patent specification.
Right. One of our
panelists. I want to make one correction. I forgot. It's not Sony Toshiba. It's some other company.
Unfortunately, one of our panelists is in the audience, Mr. S.K. Mitro. No. Hardly matters. Okay. But one thing, see, we understood one thing, grassroots inventors, innovators, if they have to get it patented, they have to be attached with the institute. Because in the previous session, it was told that the grassroots inventions has to be with the institutes.
I think no, because
let me clarify.
I have a follow-up question after this.
It did not be, because when I applied for patent during my research, PhD research time, at that time, University of Kalyani was not having any IPR policy. And then we wrote a letter to the Honorable Vice Chancellor, and he permitted us to, we are the applicant and we are the inventor, because university has no policy at that time. So a ground level innovator can himself be an applicant as well as the innovator. But it comes when he is associated with an institute, when he is working in an institute using the facility of the institute or a funding from the government, then it's almost in the name, it is mostly in the case that the applicant is the institute of the university and the inventor is obviously the inventor who has prepared the patent. But that also lands me to a question that many a times the faculty members who are the innovators are not aware of this fact, and they sometimes feel that since the university is the applicant or the institute is the applicant, my patent right is going to the university, so it is better not to file a patent, because they don't know that where they will land up tomorrow or whether they will commercialize it. So I think that should also be clarified to the faculty members, especially the grassroots innovators, that even if the university is the applicant, the inventor is the original innovator, and the relationship between the innovator and the applicant can be classified through an agreement that is the policy of the institute or the university. I think this should be clarified to the.
So see, if the faculty left the organizations, then what will happen? No. I'm giving the answer. If you don't know, I can give the answer. If the faculty leave the institution because of better chance, then the same IP policy of the institute will follow.
Yes,
Whenever earning will be started, 60% will be delivered to that person who is working in IIT, Kanpur or Kharagpur or GQ or whatever it is. It is under policy and CFO will take care.
Yes, sir, that is why the incentive policy.
After retirement also, Professor Madhusudan Chakraborty is your example. Here is your example.
Sir, that is why incentive policy needs to be drafted, and that is why.
Wherever you go, you will earn the money.
Sir, yeah, one more interesting part is there, because we are funding the R&D project to the any PI of the institute. In that case, now
the institute you are funding.
Institute,
yes.
institute.
We are
But in that case, if any intellectual property right, or I am telling about the patent. If any patent filing is to be done, then in that case we are two applicants: the university, this science and technology department, and the inventor will be the PI of the PI or co-PI of the those who are associated with that work. In this case, how the royalty sharing, I am telling about the at the time of, or how the royalty sharing will be identified or diagnosed.
The royalty sharing will be according to the policy.
No, we have some MOU. I am telling sir, we have some MOU that 50-50.
And that MOU is there. Memorandum of Understanding and License Agreement that will be reflected.
Yes, sir. It is there where 50-50 sharing is there. And afterwards, inventor will get 70% from that 50% of the institute.
That means 35%.
Right, 35. Suppose there is two.
If any litigation arises, then who will face the litigation?
Who will file the litigation? Who will file the petition? Anyone means?
Any outsider.
Any outsider on what ground? Any outsider on what ground?
This type of invention has already been made.
That means revocation. Revocation of patent. Revocation of patent only can be done under section 64 before the court, not before the controller court. And when the patent will be revoked, patent can be revoked on two grounds: either like newness, novelty, lack of novelty or inventive state, or counterclaim of novelty by the third party. So that means third party when revoke the patent, then okay, that can the order can anyone of the aggrieved party can prefer appeal again before the Supreme Court. The higher forum is there.
That's the reason I said you must have a hardbound journal, you enter it and sign with date every day.
Yes.
Then you can prove your invention.
Notebook.
That's all.
Notebook. That is
And that's we do not follow in India.
Yes. Actually, in India, we are considering the first to file. But in the USA, first to invent.
Yes.
This is the difference.
Just what Professor Bhattacharya has, let me just, it is a single line clarification. In the previous session, what I have mentioned regarding submission of project proposal, R&D project proposal by grassroots innovators, that was not about IPR. The submission, any grassroots innovator can submit their project proposal to our department, but he has to be attached with some institute as PI or co.
Sir, I have a question.
Just okay. Asking me.
Asking you only. See, a patent will be given for 20 years, right? Now a startup is starting today. After 20 years, it is coming to the public domain.
Right.
So now the startup, how it will survive? If the student, his life is for 40 years or 50.
No, this is a point I wanted to discuss when I got the opportunity. But you raise a good question. I say that. And if you get a patent and a startup, innovator, entrepreneurs, whatever you say, if they do not do constantly innovative work, R&D, it will have a very quick natural death. In India, this is the main problem. Everybody thinks that I will be a startup, it's a hobby, it is a glamorous thing, I have a company. You pay less than 20,000 rupees to form a private limited company. But the compliances, we do not meet. It is a serious business. And we do not know my market even. No market survey before we form the company. When I was entering today, my first impression is this room big enough to accommodate all these people. Unfortunately, you see, this program is jointly hosted by Institutions Innovation Council, now not HRD, now Ministry of Education. Okay, every academic institution have an IIC cell. Now you please count how many IIC cells representative from this part of Barasat has come. Forget about South Calcutta or other part of Calcutta or Howrah, forget just this area. How many have come? So many important things these experts are saying, and I am learning from Dr. Mitra also a lot of things there. If they come, they will realize what are the important points and salient points things there. Then they will not reinvent the wheel over and over again. And the question you are, this R&D component, it is not just getting finance. Bootstrapping should be there. Then they will realize the worth of every rupee you spend. Not someone else's grant I will use and blow it up, forget about it. Let me sell my apartment, flat, house, car and start the business first. And then what R&D are you doing? Most of the startups do not have any continuous R&D. So 20 years is a long time. 20 months will they survive? I have a big question mark for that.
Technology also will be obsolete.
And in today's space, a technology.
Sir, I have a second question also.
No, just 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute.
After 20 years, the technology will also be obsolete.
Absolutely.
So why they have to wait for 20 years?
Inventing it.
Right.
They have to go for
Right.
patenting every time because the one novelty from a invention and then one novelty it becomes a new patent. And again, new novelty, it becomes a new patent.
Yes, yes.
But this goes on. Point is that now in a patent, you are giving for 20 years. But in case of copyright, you are giving it 60 years. See, there is a C difference between the copyright and the patent.
No, that is it.
I understand this. But why this is so? Because somebody feels.
Hello, my friend. I am telling about the invention in pharmaceuticals. Whenever an application is coming from pharmaceutical industries, they are putting the product in the market after 14 years from the date of filing the application, after getting the clinical study report. And that time is taken by Drug Control Authority. Actually, what is the effective monopoly of time that company has obtained?
4 to 6 years.
20 minus 14, 6 years.
4 to 6 years.
They are trying to do business within that period to get back the money that they have invented. But that is not the question, answer. The answer is that whenever you file the first application, there should be at least 10 pipeline applications with the same field of technology. It is not evergreening. It is just creation of the child patent over the mother patent to fence your innovations so that you can continue your business even after 20 years.
That means you are talking about claims.
Yeah.
When you are
Sir is talking about evolving the patent with subsequent patents, not just adding a claim. It's an evolution. So that the technology remains valid throughout the tenure. Otherwise, I can give my example. I filed my patent in 2010 and it got approved in 2018. So in 2018, I lost all my interest because at that time I was a scholar, and then I joined my professional life with a different infrastructural support and others. So it should, what sir was telling is to keep up patent relevant. Technology upgradation should be there in a constant way with subsequent patents.
Every year.
Now just I am asking one question to all of you. How you can extend the patent term after 20 years? Do you know any mechanism for that? How can I extend the patent term after 20 years? Anybody can give the answer?
Modification, patent modification.
Claim, addition of
Pay
claims.
me the consultancy fees.
Okay.
Patent modification.
No, you have to give me a part of it because I called you from here to here.
No,
And
then I will disclose, otherwise.
and post lunch session is so fantastically energetic. So some credit should come to me also. But what is the answer, by the way?
Should I give the answer?
Why shouldn't you?
You don't pay any right for that.
Aha, this is an open forum. You
can extend the term of the patent after 20 years if you can produce new process for the preparation of the same product.
So product features, if I am augmenting,
That
See,
is
I
a
told you.
modification.
So it becomes a rather than product based.
Possible after 20 years.
Sir, what happened to the new source of the raw material?
No, by changing the condition and getting the better yield, better purity, better performance.
No, that is the modification. That is, you have to modify
You have to
everything.
modify the process. And this is the difference between the
Modifying the product won't generate another patent. Modifying the
I am not
product,
talking about
adding
what
features.
product is saying. I am talking about the new process for producing the.
Understood that.
And
Any additional cost is there?
Yes, it is a completely, yes, it is completely new
It is
patent.
also one way to extend your product term by
But
developing new
sir,
process.
sir, it is right. Yes, you are right. That it is not the same patent. Other patent.
It's just another
It is
way
another
to
way.
continue the monopoly. It's not that it's a new patent.
But the term is not extending.
Still today, the process patent for preparation of metronidazole is filed in the patent office.
Sir, you please tell me what will be the cost for this extension? What will be the cost?
No. You are
New patent, completely new patent.
completely new patent for 20 years.
It is not
process
a
patent.
continuation of that patent.
If
It is
you
completely new
go and
patent.
search the literature, even paracetamol patent is filed by the US company. Process for preparing new paracetamol, new process of the acetaminophen.
No,
But it
that's
is
a
a
process
different patent.
Yes, I am talking about process.
Process patent.
Sir, you just mentioned it is a different patent. The same patent.
It's a
term is-
different
it
patent
is same
number, and
patent
you will
term
get
is not
20 years monopoly on that. This is also a kind of extension of your product patent.
But
Because you are
that is the business
what
strategy.
monopoly you are getting.
Another issue is there.
You are getting the monopoly product by process.
No.
This is not simply product.
But
This is the
sir, it
product
is
by
not the
process.
same patent. It is a different patent.
Even
Yes.
that means it
The
is the
patent
extension.
term cannot be extended.
This is a product by process.
Yes.
So,
The
one
way
thing,
of.
can I ask you, I have two questions, one related to this. So you are saying the process has to be improved. So if another company approaches with a new process parallelly, so the last patent will be lost. That
No,
means.
novelty has to be there in both.
Both the company will get the process.
Novelty.
Like I can quote an example of Maggie. Nestle Maggie, and it was a fight between two companies, and something happened to Nestle in between. It was a
No, what was the case? What was the case?
yeah, that is process patent.
No, everything can be extended. Even new patent.
Because someone else will come with a parallel process. And another question, sir.
What was the issue of testing two parties, Maggie and others? What is the issue?
Something they were.
This is not the
Two different processes of
according
Two
to the same
different
product.
process of probably
So both will
manufacturing
get the
the same.
patent.
If two different processes,
Then both will
Both will get the patent.
Both will get the patent.
Yes.
Ma'am, you can try Google Mama will help you. You just type in Google
But
Mama.
they won't disclose the process.
No. Process technology mostly kept secret as state secret. How you are preparing fish soup and my mother is preparing fish soup, that is completely kept secret and based on traditional knowledge. And from your mother and from my grandmother or mother. This is a trade secret.
Now, from childhood, we know that Coca-Cola's Atlanta has a trade secret of Coke's
Yes,
recipe. Right. Okay. Another one small question. Ma'am, you have a follow-up? Yes, please.
Actually, you were talking about the this thing, individuals patent member. I mean,
Individual filing patent.
Yeah, individual filing patent, and the applicant is the institution. In case of industry, they are filing patent in the name of industry, but in the R&D section of the industry, any person, any scientist is working. So will the scientist get the patent filed in his or her name?
So, madam, in most of the case, such is done when a R&D person is recruited in the industry. They do an agreement, and that's the component. It's mentioned in the salary agreement that if any IPR arises from that, it will belong to the industry and not the individual. Because most of the private R&D unit, which are bigger units, they do a clause, they keep a clause that any IPR that arises from the research you are carrying out, since it is completely funded by the industry and you are being paid for that, so you do not get any credit for patent. They might give other credit or benefits, but patent credit normally they do not give. Inventors, they may.
Inventors credit is also not there.
No, recognition will be with recognition.
Okay.
But I know one company, that is government company, Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited. They are doing number of patent applications in India. And when I went there and given lecture, the Bill R&D chief saying that we are paying incentives to our scientists whenever they are filing any patent application. And there are 3 states. At the time of filing, 5,000 rupees. After grant, 20,000 rupees. After licensing, 50,000 rupees. Incentives we are paying to our scientists.
So there is a public sector undertaking.
Yes.
But the private ones won't do that.
No, Tata is also doing that.
Oh, Tata is.
So yes.
It depends.
It varies company to company.
Thank you.
The first student's question coming up, I guess. That's great.
He is the inventor of that.
I actually,
Okay.
I have actually graduated from JU itself, but yeah. So my question is typically for the innovation councils that are present at the university. Suppose today a student or a professor files for a patent and gets the patent, right? And there's a sharing policy between the inventor and the institute. And suppose after that the product is commercialized through a startup. Now either let's say the university and the researcher transfers the entire patent to the startup, or either one of them does. Now typically when a VC is funding to any startup, the entire valuation of the startup comes from the IPR itself. So I am receiving funding only because I have a patent, right? Which is translated into a product. Now, if like how does situations like these play out when the patent is not in the name of the company but the institution, and let's say the inventor has transferred his or her right of the patent to the company, through which, because of which he or she has certain amount of shares in the company, right? Does the institutes or the universities also have similar kind of a responsibility of, let's say, getting certain amount of equity in the startup and transferring the patent right to the startup itself, considering that VCs wouldn't typically fund if the patent is not completely in the name of the company?
Yes.
I have a very pertinent question. I think he wanted to say that shall we always depend on the obligations of the universities, that they will help us, they will transfer their part, or it is the other way?
No, just 1 minute. Saptarshi, just one thing. I raised this question during my deliberation.
There's a two things. The company's IPR and who is the licensee of it, someone else's IPR. When company take the license from another organization to produce something, manufacture, serviceable. So it is not that company's IPR, it is licensed to that. But if you want to increase the valuation of your company, which I mentioned, when a VC wants to give you money, because they want to give you as little money against as much as equity share they can get. Okay. So there you have to negotiate. You should have your own IPR being developed then. And you didn't get the patent granted, at least your application has been filed. It is up to that directors of a private limited company how to showcase their IPR. The license is not your IPR. Okay, so these two differences you must.
I got my question. I'm not talking about the license here. What I'm talking about typically, if I have to take the example, let's say
you are one of the co-inventors. You are one of the co-inventors.
Yes, sir.
But the applicant is a Jadavpur University.
Yes.
Yours. Now let's say XYZ University.
Yes.
What is the contract between XYZ University and their innovators? That will be the deciding factor.
Okay.
And if your university wants to license that thing, sell the technology, what are the terms and conditions of the selling of that technology? Whether that's you have to see that. And the legal experts who are dealing with that, the corporate lawyers, they will be the right person to dictate you how you should sign the agreement for
So
launch.
can I please
So
add
please.
No, that is a technology transfer
Then
issue.
that is why the incentive policy and technology transfer policy
So, right.
needed.
So I work
That
for a
policy
tech
is not
transfer office. What generally yeah, hello. So I work for a technology transfer office. US has this concept of a TTO. Every university has a TTO. TTO administers all these. So inventions are managed by a TTO. What you are talking about is a spin-off that a company is formed from the invention from the university. So a company is there, but university will have rights in that company. So the equity share will be owned by company. So IP rights will also have share by the company. So there are two things which were discussed. There is inventor and applicant. There is also third thing, which is called assignment. So the assignee can be another party. When the assignment agreement is done, then the equity or whatever profit sharing, there are term sheets that are signed. That is the first step in the technology transfer. And there are royalty payments, there are milestone payments. So it depends on what the stage of the technology is, how the company is investing. If they're investing in developing the product further, then there will be milestone based payments. So let's say it's a pharma product. So clinical trials, one stage. When it is brought to the market, another stage. And then for every product sold, there can be royalty payments. So royalty sharing.
Right. We have just done one exercise from Jadavpur University, and Dr. Shaha and Dr. Hum Chaudhary, they helped us in transferring the technology. So if you are interested, you can come to us and I can show you. We had some difficulties. We had this law cell and they imposed several restrictions, but even after that, we had signed a contract with a startup outside India and they filed PCT on behalf of us. But because of that, if there is any earning from that product, so that will be shared by the university and university will pay us this. And not only our Jadavpur University, there is another university associated in the same exercise, another institute. So we have one MOU with that and there is royalty sharing. So all these agreements are possible. This can be done and these are done by the TTO.
These agreements should be among the university and the inventor. Who is the inventor? It may be faculty, it may be students. And whenever you assign to third person, then it is a 50-50 share of both inventor and the applicant and the co-applicant. And then whenever it is assigned, the money or license, that money will be shared among the inventor and the applicant. And that is why we are here for framing this incentive policy and technology transfer policy. In different universities, there is different technology transfer policy and different incentive policy. And that is why our department wants same incentive type policy to all over university of the state so that students can come and participate to file more and more patents with university. And when they want to form startup, they can work with that patent. And whenever it is going for licensing, the same money will be distributed among university and the startup company as they are the co-applicant. And if the startup is not co-applicant, then incentive policy will come because applicant will share 70% share to inventor as a part of incentive policy. So that is why these are up today. And I think it is very much successful because.
Follow-up question. Okay, so you were saying, say, the innovator or the student and the professor and the university is they are all a part of the patent, right? And now this student who was part of all this process, now he or she wants to do a startup with the same patent, means the product needs to be done with the same patent, right? And the catch is here, the patent needs to move in the company's name. Is that possible?
Yes, no, yes, it should be assigned to in the name of company. Assigned to the name of company, and whatever royalty coming, that will be shared among the two applicants. And if it is in the name of university, then the share will be with the inventor.
I think one thing is very important, that every time the innovator may not be interested in an entrepreneurial venture. So we need to understand the inventor should always apply for patent and keep the patent rights either with him as an inventor and with the applicant, that is the university. Now it might happen that an entrepreneur who doesn't have a invention can also approach an inventor who would license it further to the name of the company for the opening of a entrepreneurial venture. Or it can be the inventor himself. He would take a licensee from the he himself, one of the innovator and the institute where he was working, and that would spin off into a company. I think it's very important that we don't, it would be very rare to find that he himself is an innovator who has got some patent, extremely technology savvy, and also having an entrepreneurial mindset. That is the point where we are going wrong. We should actually categorize it in such a way that the number of innovators increase as well as the number of entrepreneurs increase, and there is a hand-holding between these two.
Now here there are experts. I'll just put up two situations. Please understand, we have a NIFT now in Calcutta and across India, many branches. Now, I was attached with Calcutta NIFT at one point of time. There, I will not take the name. That particular fashion designer, who is now a big name, he designed a garment, right? He went to Milan Fashion Show and showcased it. When he landed back in India, in Fashion Street of Mumbai, the low-cost variants are all available. Let me come to the point now. Now, sir, my thoughts will break, sir. Now, what has happened is, now that guy passed out from NIFT. Then he is a designer. When he is inside NIFT, without utilizing any infrastructure of NIFT, sitting at home, he designs. He wants to file a copyright on the design. Sir, madam, my question is different. I haven't come to the question yet.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can NIFT claim to be an applicant? He is a student, but no, right. This is one. I think I am getting myself knowledgeable. Another thing, sir, Bollywood, we know what is happening in copycats out there. Where is the patent? Where is that copyright? Somewhere from Eastern European country, Western European country, American movies, we are copying, even songs. So since we are talking about IPR issues, songs, the lyrics are different, but the tunes are all copied. What happens?
That is adaptation of right.
So there is no infringement?
No. If you change it, if you are mixing, it is a new copyright. When you mix one song with previous song, but lyrics has changed, and you have taken the only the music. So there is an adaptation of copyright.
Yes. If you see that song, yes, it's exactly copied.
No,
the tune.
But it is translational, right?
May I give the answer of all questions? Number one, fashion design. That design should be registered under design law, not by copyright law. Because under section 15 of the Copyright Act says, whenever you reproduce the material more than 50 copies, your copyright is ceased. So you have to take the registration textile design under the designs law. That is the first thing. Understand? And that right is for 15 years. 15 years, 15. And if you don't take, then if it is copied in Bombay or Chennai or Delhi,
anyway,
answer is even okay, satisfied.
Yeah,
Second question. We have joined Bern Convention. Thereafter, we have come to Rome Convention. We have changed our copyright law. Now we have incorporated the broadcasting right and the performance right in our copyright law.
Yes.
And that is 25 years and the 50 years, not the 60 years. So if I perform in different way, why the new copy performance right will not be created? I know. I'm learning from you. That is the copyright. So for that I am telling you, give me and pay me the consultancy fees, and I will share every knowledge to you. My students are sitting there, they know all the things. I join that class. Yes, you join. Munga is running one course.
Sir, yes, I'm telling another thing. Whatever he is saying that kotota pop chudle pore oi protik howa jay. So sir, here the translational right is also there. That I am telling when it is from
this is called derivative.
Yes, and it is called another copyright. You can file copyright for that. and the person who is working in his home and creates something which is not utilizing the infrastructure of university, he can claim copyright in the name of other person, and he may be the author. And he may declare that I am not taking any royalty, as he is the person working in that particular institute. So it is another way of protecting. I am also consulting something. Yes, sir. It is another way of protecting. He is not protecting in his name. He may protect his husband's name also and take his providing the declaration. I am not taking any money out of it. That is possible.
And another important thing is that if I am the inventor as a student in this Adamas University,
yes,
and I have assigned the right to Adamas University, this is done in my center. Adamas University has taken the right. Then the student has started startup with their technology. Okay. I advise him, why you are go for the exclusive license?
Yes.
You go for the non-exclusive license.
Yes.
You give the non-exclusive license to 10 companies and earn more profit out of that.
Yes.
There are two types of license.
Yes.
Exclusive license and
Non-exclusive.
Why you are thinking only you will do the business? Yes. You can assign the right, you can license the right to 20 companies and earn profit.
So due to the cruelty of time, I think we will take one questions and we have to wind up.
The discussion
Yeah.
will go on. So burning issues.
Interesting issues.
And sir, that is why today's discussion is going on, because incentive policy and technology transfer policy should be same in the state. Otherwise, the conflict is coming.
Yeah, I think we can take it.
My question is that, for example, there is a group of 5 individuals and they're working on a new idea. Now, the patent will be name of those 5 individuals, or they have to create an organization and the patent will be name of the organization.
Not required. All these 5 individuals can be applicant to the patent. You need not have to have a different organization, and so that you have to apply patent. An individual is capable of applying for a patent and being granted.
And there is no limitation on number of
individuals.
100 inventors also can apply
for a single patent.
Okay, just one thing for the thing that he was saying, the copyright infringement of a song which I'm not aware of. But there are a lot of songs copied in Bollywood or wherever. So there is one doctrine called fair use doctrine, where satire, even the reviews are allowed under the fair use policy. So for educational purposes, you can use any copyrighted material that comes under fair use. So I think we should be aware of what we are allowed to use in order to avoid the infringement.
Now, fair use means for your own scholastic purpose. You can
not for
only
commercial
take
purpose.
one little portion of, say, you are copying from a book. This is the classical case of in the mid 1980s, Kinko's versus, I forgot the state of New York or some few other things. There was a case because Kinko's is a chain of Xerox machine stores. So people used to say that I will use these chapters of this book, that chapter, teacher will say, and Kinko's will Xerox those chapter and will collect and sell that. The case did rise from there. What is the fair use? So if you look at the University of Chicago Manual of Style, which is a fantastic manual, especially for copyright related issues, it has a big extensive chapter. It says what is fair use? Fair use means for my own scholastic purpose, I copied only few pages. That's all. I cannot make 5 copies and distribute. I cannot download the entire book. At that time, downloading was not there. Later on it came. That's when you see the book, you have e-book licensing in the library. They used to download 1 chapter at a time. Okay. You can photocopy only few pages at a time. That is fair use. But you cannot copy the entire book. You cannot copy the entire music.
Case of University of Delhi, there was a Xerox shop who was selling the Xerox
Yes,
copies.
but this classical case was Kinko's case in the mid 80s in the US.
Sir, I'm aware, I've done copyright X course from Harvard, so I'm aware of the copyright.
Yes, because I was a student then, and that time Kinko's used to buy lecture notes because teacher used to keep, and suddenly Kinko stopped doing it. So we had a first-hand experience of that. Okay.
But I want to add one more thing here. The judgment of the Delhi High Court in respect of the copyright case, just you have referred the name of Delhi University. Delhi University has given a fantastic order on copyright, the doctrine of equity. that every person has the right to learn. They can take any copy of the book, any pages of the book, even full books also. That is the doctrine
For
of
personal use, not for commercial
purpose.
For personal use.
And it is exempted under copyright law.
Yes, personal learning.
For research, for learning, for
It is fair use.
teaching and everything. It is also applicable in patent.
Yes.
It is also applicable in design. In all the intellectual property is applicable.
Yes.
The exemption clause for the promotion of education, training and research.
Only in patent, it should be BIRAC. It should be mentioned.
Now we can wind up, no?
Yes.
I would request Mr. Sudipto sir to conclude the session.
It's a full bench, I think.
I think.
Yes.
Question.
I think it is going on.
So we are talking about technology transfer from long back. So there are eminent panelists. I have one question. In my experience, there are very few technologies which are actually transferable. So what is your experience in that? Is that patent filed by the universities or the institutes are really transferable? What is the percentage of that? That is my
2 to 3%.
Can I answer that? Sorry, I've done research on that. So sadly in India, the case is, you are correct. And that's why this World Bank project that we are working for under BIRAC, they have established 7 regional tech transfer offices because it is not that apparent. But we are even one step behind. Even IPs are not being filed. And that's why I think this session was really helpful. That the PIC can help in encouraging more patent filing. If the patents are filed, then the transferring will begin. We are at a backstage, but internationally, definitely tech transfer is happening, and it has been happening from long time ago. Insulin is a transfer technology. It is in India.
1 to 2.
No, actually,
1%, I
she's
think
talking
1%.
about the situation elsewhere. What is happening in West Bengal? Actually, there is no perfect synergy between the demand and supply. You are patenting as a scholar something which is not needed by the industry, and industry is seeking something which is not patented by the institute. That is the real problem. In Maharashtra, already they have patented 4716 issues. Because we have surveyed in Maharashtra, we have collected the issue from Maharashtra. Their industries have a strong collaboration with the academic institutions, and they place their demand to the institute. In this institute, work on that, and after that, that specific formulation on issues is being finalized, and that is being patented. And then it is being commercialized, something like that. That's why it is very high in the industrialized states, not in West Bengal.
Yes, we need the need gap analysis.
I think whatever patents are being filed in West Bengal or states like this is more of an offshoot of a research. You are doing a research, I have got a publication, let me see if it is patentable, let me patent it. And that's the reason why it's not get commercialized, because we don't know whether it is required or not. Papers don't require. Papers, if it is something innovative, something novel, it suits the journal, we go down the impact factor somewhere or else it will get published. But it doesn't happen for patents. So if until we know what is the industrial requirement, we work on that as a research and then come out with a solution that is something novel, having inventive step, commercialization potential, I think only then we will come up with genuine patents which are transferable. Otherwise, we would just get some offshoots and numbers may increase, but it would not create anything to the society.
Yeah. So you first do the need gap analysis first, and then you go for.
So I'll tell you, universities need to do the white space analysis. That these are our researchers, these are our professors working in this industry, and the white space analysis, or as we call the technical term, is landscape analysis. Then you identify the gaps where the industry is requiring that. And then
any research.
Madam, I want to add one more thing. We should meet target approach, not the random approach. To meet your curiosity, you are doing research. not for the society.
No, that-
For that, for that, your patent is not commercialized. Your patent, after obtaining patent, your patent is not commercialized because it is your product, and to meet your curiosity, you have done it.
Absolutely.
So
That is the thing.
I am in the member of the board of research.
So I think I think we always thought research is quenching our thirst.
All scientists are.
I think that's where we went wrong. I think we always thought research is just quenching our thirst and gaining knowledge.
Yes.
It should be how our knowledge creation can serve the society, and then only industrial applicability and patent and commercialization would come in.
For that, I have told in my lecture that first you have to conduct search. What is the requirements of the industry? Who are the companies are doing this type of work? What are the pipeline inventions in the patent office database?
Patent landscape.
What is the requirement in the other countries to protect? So you have to go for market survey. First market survey, market search, and then you select your project and do research, and then your work will be commercialized. Otherwise, no. That I am taking.
No, that we have also discussed in the previous session.
That our science and technology department, I have also mentioned in my previous session, that identification of problems and needs. We have uploaded some identifications, identified problems that were series one. If problems and needs come from all of you, anybody, any stakeholder, that will be analyzed and assessed, and that will be uploaded for researchers to take up solving those problems.
Sorry, please continue.
No, I think no more fighting on patents. Huh? No, my question remained unanswered.
No, I think the ceasefire is required now.
Ceasefire.
Everybody is seeking now ceasefire. So I would like to thank our distinguished panelists, especially Monami Ghosh Madam and Uditya Bhattacharya sir, for their very interesting, especially in this post-lunch session. Generally, post-lunch session became very boring and also sleepy. But today somehow it got very debated, and nobody could sleep out of our sound. So it's an achievement. And after all, we could find a way that everybody is in agreement that there should be a uniform policy for the state. Not exactly a straight-jacketed policy, but there should be some sketch for the vision that this type of percentage sharing for the institute. At least all the innovation council across the state, they should have their own policy, how this type of sharing in case of invention and in case of transfer. While patenting, what should be the policy, what should be the sharing of responsibility, and during such licensing or handover of that particular patent right, what should be the sharing of usufruct later on, that should be well charted. And that need we can circulate among the Innovation Council as well as the universities who are the nodal authority to implement such decisions. So we can take it up with all universities that we have already started the dialogue, desired dialogue, but at this stage we feel that we need to stress upon that particular policy. So this type of uniform policy which has been adopted by some institute individually, others might have taken such policy or thinking on that policy. So that is the need of the hour, especially when India is surging ahead in the world arena. We are right now #1, even surpassing the United States of America, just mentioned by our distinguished guest. While India is dominating the world scene, West Bengal is lagging behind. There is no denying the fact. So with the active cooperation and involvement of the universities and Innovations Council, colleges, we can tide over the such savvy situation, and we can rightly decide that such strong policy on the sharing of technology or transfer of technology or patenting, that will help us to create a robust ecosystem in the state also. That will be also in the interest of industrial community and employment generation also. So that is the need of the hour, because in Bengal we need employment, we need employment generation, we need industry, we need industrial development. So this intellectual property right that will only help in creating such ecosystem where the industrial development and the employment generation will happen. So I think this is a decision of the House that such strong uniform policy should be discussed and debated among the institute, innovation centers, universities, and ultimately some decision has to be taken up. That is the decision of the House, and accordingly we will go forward.
Feedback from everyone
So,
regarding this policy. Incentive and technology transfer policy. We have formulated someone which we have
that's
been
WhatsApp
discussed.
group. That is
That I will share in the group and you send your feedback.
I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on Vigyan Utsav organized by West Bengal State Council of Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Govt of West Bengal, and hosted by E-YUVA Centre, Adamas University, supported by BIRAC. Today, we had an opportunity to hear from all of you, and this will surely be going to encourage us and everyone present in the auditorium. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with their presence. We are grateful to West Bengal State Council of Science and Technology, Department of Science and Technology and Biotechnology, Govt of West Bengal for being one of the sponsoring organization. I'd also like to thank our administrative team, media team, IT team, creative team, project housekeeping, catering, photographer, PR, and marketing. Without you guys, this event was not possible. Thank you very much once again. Before ending today's session, I would like to request all the delegates and guests to visit the exhibition of the innovative GI or IPR product display at various stalls placed at the ground floor lobby of Adamas University Administrative Building. I would request all the delegates and everybody present here to join and appraise the exhibition. Once again, I thank everybody present here for making this event a successful one.
The exhibition to
Group photo. Hey, moment of group photo.
The exhibition to cover
বাবা এইটা দিলি যে টেবিল হ্যাঁ এইটা তোর কালোটা
কালোটা আমার গ্রুপ 1টা
হ্যাঁ
তুলেছো গ্রুপ 2টা তুলে নাও না যেটা আপনি তুলেছেন
মনো সিগন্যাল আছে সেই জন্য দুটো তুললে স্টুডিও ও একটা নিয়েছে দেখ গ্রুপ 2 এর এটা খারাপ আছে দেখ এক্সেলারটাকে লাইট আমাদের স্লাইড চেঞ্জ আমাদের নেই এত স্লাইড চেঞ্জ তো ওখানে আছে স্লাইড চেঞ্জ হবে টিভি এলইডি পার্টস